Welcome to our hybrid meeting. Participants in the room, please do not join the meeting in Zoom. Virtual participants, if you lose connection at any point during the meeting, you can reconnect by clicking the link or calling the number in your original email. Members attending virtually, if you are able, please activate your video for purposes of quorum and keep it on for the duration of the meeting. Staff, if you are able, please activate your video when you are speaking. Members of the committee, when you wish to speak, ask questions, or request a roll call vote, please push the person button on your microphone or raise your hand virtually. Those in the room will have their microphone turned on when they are recognized to speak. Those attending virtually can unmute themselves when recognized. When you are finished, all should mute themselves. Members of the public who have registered to speak. Those appearing virtually, the name you entered in Zoom must match the name you entered in registration. You will remain muted until called upon. If you are here in person, when you are called to speak, approach one of the two podiums on either side of the dais and you will be recognized. For all registrants, the clerk will tell you when your time is up. After all public speakers, a member of the body may ask you a question. If you need to share documentation with the committee, please send it to the email listed on today's agenda. Thanks. Chair, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Jim. Do we have any notified absences today?
We do not.
Thank you. Okay, let's do a call to order and a roll call.
Oh, shoot. That's the one thing I was. All right, just give me a second. Okay. Alder Miazzi?
Present.
Alder Miazzi is present. Alder Revere? Yeah, he might be an excused absence. I'll look at that. Mr. Bruchuk? Here. Mr. Bruchuk is here. Mr. Farley?
Present. I'll have my camera on in a second.
Sure. Yeah, Mr. Farley is here. Mr. Donnelly?
Present.
Mr. Donnelly is here. Ms. Westra?
Here.
Ms. Westra is here. Alder Knox?
Here.
Alder Knox is here. And Ms. Carter?
Present.
Ms. Carter is here. Chair, we do have quorum.
I officially call to order the June 26th meeting in 2024 of the Alcohol License Review Committee at 5:38. First up, approval of minutes for our May 15th meeting.
Second.
Any objection? So moved. Approval of minutes for the May 22nd meeting.
Second.
Any objections? Seeing none, those meeting minutes are approved. Jim, do we have any registrants for public comment?
We do not.
Thank you. At this time, members of the body should make any required disclosures or recusals under the city's ethics code. Are there any disclosures or recusals? Seeing none, now moving on to the consent agenda. Jim, if you could read us the consent agenda, that would be great.
Sure. It is a doozy today. Our consent agenda, our proposed consent agenda for agenda ALRC meeting June 26, 2024. I'm just going to read out what the application type is and then read off the numbers real quick. The committee will decide whether or not they want to pull anything off of it. And then once they pass consent agenda, I'll read it more thoroughly so that way you'll know if your item is taken off. Again, the proposed consent agenda for June 26, 2024. Recommend the council to grant operator license application, item 3. Change of agent, items 7, 8, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, and 22. Entity reorganization, items 24, 27, 28, 29, 30, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, and 39. Change of licensed premises, item 45. Request to extend license issuance beyond the 180-day limit under MGO 38.05, items 46 and 47. Temporary Class B retailer license concurrent with street use permits, items 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, and 81. Referral for future meeting of the ALRC. Entity reorganization, items 25 and 26. Change of license conditions, item 41. And a recommendation of the Common Council to place on file without prejudice. Change of license premises, items 42 and 43. 21 plus entertainment license, item 50. And public hearing new license, item 58. And 50 and 58 are both withdrawn by the applicant.
Okay. Committee, what would you like to do?
Looks like Sherry's got her hand.
I have a question.
Oh. Yep.
Is item 3, did that person appear at the noon meeting
They did last month.
last month? Thank
Yes.
you. Then I move to approve the consent agenda.
I'll second.
Seconded by Alder Knox. Any discussion? See none. Any objections? Seeing none, the consent agenda is approved as indicated.
All right, let me read it on through. So if you hear your item that you're here for, your item has been passed. You can leave if you wish. You are welcome to stay if you also wish, but you're not required to do so. The past consent agenda for ALRC meeting June 26, 2024. Recommend the council to grant item 3, operator license application for Michael Victor Aksanov. Item 7, change of agent, Momo Sports Bar LLC. Item 8, change of agent, Quick Trip Inc., 3528 East Washington Avenue. Item 10, change of agent, Atwood Restaurant LLC. Item 11, change of agent, Quick Trip Inc., 7717 Mineral Point Road. Item 12, change of agent, Quick Trip Inc. at 401 North 3rd Street. Item 13, change of agent for Frey Street Beverage LLC. Item 14, change of agent for GD3 LLC. Item 15, change of agent for GVCGD LLC. Item 17, change of agent, Strings Ramen Wisconsin LLC. Item 18, change of agent, Quick Trip Inc. at 7502 Mineral Point Road. Item 19, change of agent, AC Madison Hospitality LLC. Item 20, change of agent, Fresh City Market LLC. Item 21, change of agent, Trek Hospitality LLC. Item 22, change of agent, Wonder State Madison LLC. Item 24, entity reorganization, Creative Grocery Concepts, Inc. 27, entity reorganization, Wonder State Coffee Madison LLC. 28, entity reorganization, Defying Gravity LLC. 29, entity reorganization, Blazing Wings, Inc. at 789 University Avenue. Item 30, entity reorganization, East Main 119 LLC. Item 32, entity reorganization, Himmelchuli Restaurant LLC. 33, entity reorganization, Blazing Wings, Inc., 240 East Town Mall. 34, entity reorganization, International Commons, Inc. 35, entity reorganization, The Cardinal Bar LLC. 36, entity reorganization, Kelly Williamson Company, 8230 Watts Road. 37, entity reorganization, Kelly Williamson Company, 33 Junction Court. 38, entity reorganization, Kelly Williamson Company, 2601 Shopco Drive. 39, entity reorganization, Kelly Williamson Company, 901 South Gammon Road. 45, change of license premises, North Central Management, Inc. 46, request to extend license issuance beyond the 180-day limit under MGO 38.05 for Zavalas Mexican Market LLC. 47, request to extend license issuance beyond the 180-day limit under MGO 38.05 for Oscar's Cucos Mexican Restaurant LLC. 74, temporary Class B retailer license concurrent with street use permit, Madison Home Brewers and Tasters Guild for the Great Taste of the Midwest. 75, temporary Class B retailer license concurrent with street use permit for Jazz at 5 Inc. for Jazz at 5 Summer Series. 76, temporary Class B retailer license concurrent with street use permits, Wilmar Neighborhood Center Inc. for Fête des Marquettes. 77, temporary Class B retailer license concurrent with street use permit, Madison Black Chamber of Commerce for the all-white affair in honor of Val Phillips. 78, temporary Class B retailer license concurrent with street use permits for the Hellenic Orthodox Community Assumption Greek Orthodox Church for Greek Fest 2024. 79, temporary Class B retailer license concurrent with street use permits, Wilmar Neighborhood Center Inc. For the Willie Street Fair. 80, temporary Class B retailer license concurrent with street use permit for Shanks Corners Art Society for the Shanks Corners Block Party. 81, temporary Class B retailer license concurrent with street use permit for the Marquette Neighborhood Association for the Orton Park Festival. Referral to future meeting of the ALRC. Item 25, entity reorganization, Speedway LLC. Item 26, entity reorganization, 7-Eleven Inc. Item 41, change of license conditions for Hoops of Dane County Inc., and this is by request of the applicant. Recommendation to the Common Council to place on file without prejudice. Item 42, change of license premises, 508 State Street Golf LLC. 43, change of license premises, 2116 AWA LLC. 50, 21 plus entertainment license for Umami Dumpling and Ramen Bar LLC. And 58, public hearing new license for MPL Corporation Investment, and that is it. So if you heard these ones have been dispensed with. So if this is your item, you're welcome to leave. You're not required to stay, but you can stay if you wish.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have the operator's license applications. First up is item number 2, Devante Sago Jr. Do we have any registrants for this item?
We do. Is Devante here in person?
You can come on up. Thanks. Thank you very much for being here. If you could just introduce yourself, and then we will go through the process for this. Hold on, sorry, can you try that again? We forgot to turn on your mic.
I am Devante Sago Jr. How's it going?
Captain, can you let us know why we are here today?
Sure. Just a quick introduction. Just making sure that I find my paperwork here. I'm Captain Angela Kamoski with the City of Madison Police Department, Central District. My role is to conduct a background check and review supporting documentations that could be contrary to the guidelines bound by the ALRC in accordance with Wisconsin state statute. It is not my intent to cause embarrassment to anyone in this process, and my role is to simply bring forward information discovered in the background process. In the background process check for Mr. Sago Jr., it was found that there was on October of 2020, there was a charge that was conviction for county disorderly conduct. That conviction took place in 2021, and it was ended up being a forfeiture conviction. Would you like me then to go into the details of what that is with the background?
Yes, because I don't know what it is.
Sure. This was a report from the Fitchburg Police Department. This was an incident that took place on October 16th of 2020 at approximately 9:20 in the evening. Staff at the Great Dane at 2980 Cahill, Maine, had called in about a disturbance at their establishment, stating that there was an individual that threatened after a disturbance with a gun to come in and to kill individuals there. It states in the report that Mr. Sago was contacted by Fitchburg Police. He was very cooperative. He was contacted in a vehicle where he did have a gun that was unloaded, and the magazine was in a different place in the car, but that the handgun was under the seat. There was not a magazine or bullets inside of it. The magazines from the handgun were in a glove box in the side pocket of the door. Mr. Sago stated that he did not have a CCW permit to carry. Skipping forward, one of the employees of the Great Dane who had called identified the male who made threats to kill all of them as Mr. Sago. This individual stated that he took the threats to get a gun and kill all of them seriously, and he was scared that the individual would actually get a gun. At no time did Fitchburg Police find that Mr. Sago had a gun in his possession inside the restaurant or actually took the gun out to threaten anybody with it. It sounds like this was an altercation after Mr. Sago and some friends had been there celebrating a birthday, and there had been some type of altercation between somebody in his group and someone with the management of the bar, and they were asked to leave, at which time there was a disturbance, and then the bar is reporting that this occurred. Fitchburg Police then cited Mr. Sago for disorderly conduct, and there was eventually a conviction for that, which was a forfeiture conviction only, on November 19th of 2021.
Thank you. Okay. Okay, Mr. Sago, if you just want to give us a little bit of information about the operator license that you're applying and how we should interpret the charges to override.
Well, it's just that I wasn't the individual. Like, I guess, like, the person that ID'd me as the one saying that was not actually me. Like, my actual ticket, when you look it up, it has the other person in, like, that's actually involved, and they have multiple statements of they were the ones to make the statement. I did actually just only have, and it was just in my girlfriend's car at the time. So it just was unfortunate timing, at least for me in that sense, because I was celebrating my birthday. It's the 14th, and they were just somebody who had came later. And then once they got kicked out, it was still kind of during the whole social distancing. So we got all kicked out. I paid my portion, and I just left. And then they were literally just all part of us just leaving carpooling, because I myself was drinking. My girlfriend was not. She was pregnant, so she was the designated driver. So that's just how that kind of happened. I'm just trying to get the operator license so I can work more and just, support more. That's it.
Okay.
Thank you. So
Yeah.
you're how did you get convicted of disorderly conduct? Was that at a
Because I didn't have a CCW, and so since my firearm was not just, it was technically concealed because it was in my girlfriend's vehicle, that's how come. But it literally took, because they thought that I was, because I don't want to say it's a racial kind of thing, but it was more than one black guy, and I was the black guy that was said to have made the threat. So then that's why I was the one to get interacted with. Henceforth, while I was cooperative, I was like, I don't know what's going on, but whatever you guys need, talk to me. And when they had talked to the other individual, which if you do look up the case, it has his name. I don't really feel like it's my place to put his name there or anything. But then you see within his actual statements that he was the one to make those threats, et cetera, of the sort. So that was just unfortunate.
All right.
But that's how come, because I didn't have CCW, a concealed carry.
Do you have one now? Did you get the CCW?
I did not want to go through the stress of it just because it was, how more often do I want to deal with that,
All right.
so.
Thank you. No more questions for me.
Ms. Carter?
Yes, Mr. Sago, do you still carry your weapon in the car?
I actually don't have a firearm at all.
Okay. So my question to you is that you're saying that this was a misidentification
Yep.
at Great Dane, correct?
Yep, Fitchburg, Great Dane.
Okay. And you want to have more hours at City View Liquor, correct?
Yep.
And City View Liquor is, where is that at?
That's East Side Madison, Cottage Grove Road.
East side.
Yep.
Okay. Okay. And this is an unfortunate situation, and it's hard to learn from something when you were not the person that said those things. But it is a learning moment. I won't go into that. Somewhere in there's a learning moment, Mr. Sago. Don't ask me where.
Oh,
It's
I
just
know it. That's why I don't own any firearms. I don't want to have to dabble with that again. That was a pain.
It's just unfortunate all the way around.
Yeah.
That is my end of my questions for you. I wish you the best of luck in the future.
Thank you.
Alder Knox?
Yeah, my question, I don't know if it's for him or the police. So you were cited, convicted, and it was, what was the result? What was the consequence of the conviction? Was
Just
it a fine?
I just had to pay money. It was just a ticket. Just paid money.
Okay, so can I assume that was a misdemeanor disorderly conduct, or was it a felony disorderly conduct? Maybe the police can answer that question
I was about to say.
from the record.
Okay.
It would have been a misdemeanor, and that was,
Okay.
went to a forfeiture.
Okay, all right, just wanted to make sure. Thanks.
Any other questions for the applicant?
Chair, if there's no more questions, I move to grant.
I'll second.
Second by Alder Knox, and Attorney McReynolds, please.
Hi, I did have a question. So I'm looking at the application, and this is in page, I think, 20 of everyone's packet. It says to list all citations or tickets that resulted in a conviction, and it's blank. So I would like the applicant to explain to the committee why he left that blank. It looks like the officer flagged not only the citation, but also the fact that the information about the citation was left off the application. Thank you.
I didn't think I was convicted. I just had to pay the ticket. I didn't know that it was a misdemeanor myself. But if that answers your question, outside of that.
Attorney McReynolds, do you have any more questions?
No, I'll let the committee proceed.
Okay, thank you. Alder Miadzi?
Yeah, I'm just asking the city clerk if we can add that to the application.
Add what to the application?
you said that part wasn't filled out. Is that something that we can do that? That he can put that in there?
We usually don't have that. I mean, we can, but we usually, when they are missing information, we don't usually have that because we do have the background check report that does list all the things that were there, whether they were missed or not.
Attorney McReynolds?
One option is if, Jim, you prefer not to amend it at the moment, you could refer the committee could refer this for the applicant to fill out a complete and true application.
Yeah, if we can have the applicant do that, I appreciate it.
So right now, we have a motion for approval that's been seconded. Any changes to that? Who made the motion to approve?
Ms. Carter.
Ms. Carter. It's your motion, so how do you feel about that?
Well, I think that because we do have the captain's background check that can be attached to the application. But since one of the commissioners have asked for it, I would ask for the applicant to amend their application to include the misdemeanor, now that he is aware of it.
When does this go to council?
Next week, Tuesday.
Next week, Tuesday. Mr. Burchak?
I'm gonna just note that the motion is made and seconded. It belongs to the body now, and I ask that we call the question.
That is not votable, is it?
Not debatable.
Not debatable. Votable, debatable.
It is votable. It is in itself votable, but yeah.
Are you looking for a alcohol?
Their
question?
hands up though, before you do that.
Whose hands up?
Did everyone put their hand down?
They did.
Okay, I'm sorry. I thought Catherine's hand was up, but that's okay.
So let me do this real quick. I'm going to have our applicant go sit down. You don't need to stand up here for this. And we can call you back up if we need you for anything.
So you need someone to call for the question?
Well, the question's already been called. So, Jim, can you remind me what our next step is?
You can either do a voice vote or a roll call vote.
Let's do a roll call vote. And it's a roll call to call the question, right?
Before you do that, and just to make this thing even more crazy than it is, let's remember that we need to be consistent going forward if we're going to do this. Thank you.
Okay. Alden Yazdi?
Actually, Commissioner Furley has her hand up.
So is it Ms. Farley, is it a point of order or is it on the calling of the question? Because calling the question means we stop discussion.
Okay. I can.
Okay, hands down.
Okay. Alden Yazdi?
And this, just to be clarified, it's the approval with amended motion, right?
No, it was
No.
not amended. This is the motion to recommend the council to grant. Without any sort of conditions or anything like that.
I'm a little bit confused because I'm willing to grant it, but I think for the process we have to add in the report so that we can be fair and equitable across the board.
Point of order. Did Alder Carter, did Commissioner Carter amend her motion or not?
There is no it is the motion that is on the floor that the body owns, which is to approve just approve the operator's license. No amendments to it. It was seconded. The question was called. So now we're voting on the motion that was on the floor.
Thank you.
I'm going to deny.
Okay. Alder Biagi, no. Alder Revere? Aye. Alder Revere, aye. Mr. Brusick? Mr. Brusick, aye. Ms. Farley?
No.
Ms. Farley, no. Mr. Donnelly? Aye. Mr. Donnelly, aye. Alder Knox?
Aye.
Alder Knox, aye. Ms. Carter?
Aye.
Ms. Carter, aye. Chair, the vote is 5 ayes, 2 noes.
That motion passes. The operator license is approved. Thank you very much. Next up, item number 4, operator license application for Shane Hendricks. Do we have a registrant for this?
We do, and looks like Shane is in person.
Yep, come on up. Go to this one? Yep, we can
Whatever
go to
one
that
you
one. And Shane, if you could just introduce yourself, let us know where you're applying, and then we'll go through the same process, hopefully easier.
My name is Shane Hendricks. I work for the Ho Chunk Nation here in Madison. So I'm applying for my operator's license with a very riddled history, but have changed my life around completely. So.
Okay. And
So in doing the background, in the documents that you have, that you do have, what came through on the background check, there were several different convictions. I don't know if, I don't believe you do want me to go through each one of these. I think if you want to read them yourselves, or a lot of these are from other agencies, so I don't have further information on them. I just have the background check. What I can say from the ones that were within the city of Madison, they were, instead of rehashing every single case, what I would say is that Mr. Hendricks was always cooperative with the police department. There was never any issues there, and a large amount of these appear to revolve around substance abuse issues.
what is the most recent?
Sure. So the most recent is November, conviction in October 17th of 2019. It was a misdemeanor for a retail theft that was through Dane County. And then prior to that, a conviction in July 11th, 2017 for a misdemeanor possession of cocaine. And then there was 2 more in 2017. One was a bail jumping from a previous charge, and then July 11th of 2017 was a conviction for 5th offense OWI, which was convicted as a felony. Everything else is older than that. There has been nothing since that conviction in 2019, and that case actually occurred in 2018.
Okay. Thank you, Captain. I see also in here, we have in the file comments from Journey and letters of support and a House of Wellness
Yeah.
support letter also. Is there anything
Yeah.
that you would like to add?
Well, first of all, I just wanted to go through a little bit of something here, just to
Okay.
give you a little bit of where I'm at right now. Well, first of all, if it wasn't for the power and grace of God, I wouldn't even be here, standing here today, because my life was headed in the wrong direction. I also want to thank every one of you for giving me this opportunity to even apply for a license. I know my past is rough, but I take full responsibility for everything that I've done. Every time I've ever gotten in trouble, it's been while I was under the influence. Haven't used anything, no alcohol, nothing, since 2020. I've gone to several outpatients, a couple of residentials, and I've gotten so much support from my work, family, friends, other support groups. I don't see myself ever going back to that lifestyle again. It was just chaos, and now, I know in my heart that like I have peace of mind, peace with my soul. I also been bartending already and serving drinks responsibly for the last 3.5 years with no issues at all. In fact, because of the trouble that I've had, I even watch a little bit closer and can kind of see what people can handle and how much they've had to drink as soon as they come into the building. Sometimes they come in a little intoxicated to begin with. Holding on to an operator's license would give me more job security, room for advancement, stuff like that. And I'm also be willing to set up any type of conditions if I have to, like come in every 2 months to renew it. It doesn't matter, like this is important to me, and I know I got a terrible history, but I'm hoping that you all believe in second chances, and my sobriety's been, pretty long-term at this point. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Committee questions for the applicant? Alder Knox.
Yeah, I appreciate the letters of support that you have. It looks like you've gone through stages of rehabilitation. I guess my question is, and I see you were applying for an operator's license, which was one thing, but you said you bartend too. So I guess my question is, having gone through what you've gone through, why would you want to bartend? I'm just curious.
I don't know. It doesn't even, the thought about drinking alcohol and the way it destroyed my life and where I'm at now, it just doesn't even, I know a lot of people ask me that question too, and I don't even know how to answer it, but just that, I guess I was just sick and tired of being sick and tired, as they say in like AA and that. And the thought about having a drink doesn't even appeal to me at all whatsoever. It just destroyed my life, and now I'm just trying to rebuild. And it's taken some time, and I'm still paying some debts and stuff like that, but we're getting there, definitely.
Okay. So as an operator, would you still be bartending, or would you just be operating?
I would still be bartending for, I don't know, maybe for another year, 2 years, and then move into more of a management position.
Okay. Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Just a point of clarification for Alder Knox. The operator's license allows you to be the responsible person alone with a bar. So lots of bartenders have operator's licenses, but you don't need one to be a bartender unless you are there alone. There needs to be someone with an operator's license on site
Exactly.
and supervising the bar.
Thanks for the clarification.
Ms. Farley.
Yes. I would like to just state that, our intent here, anytime we're evaluating any arrest or conviction, is only to understand if there are circumstances where it substantially relates to your particular job. And so therefore my question is fairly similar to Alder Knox, but I'd like to know how within the environment of bartending and being responsible for presumably other bartenders, how within that environment you expect to be able to prevent similar occurrences in the future.
Is that for like prevent similar circumstances for me, or to try to prevent them for other people?
For
me?
you, yeah.
Well, it helps that the Ho-Chunk Nation, we're not allowed to just hang out after we're done. For years and years, I worked in the restaurant business over 2 decades, and literally every time you get done with work, you just belly up to the bar. And that's kitchen, waitstaff, bartenders, everybody just bellies up to the bar when they're done. Ho-Chunk Nation, and wherever else I work, there won't be that option, first of all. So so that helps. And the longevity of my sobriety, I don't hardly even think about it. And with all the tools that I've gained over the past several years, with therapists and residential treatments and stuff, I believe I do have the tools to not ever drink again. But as they say, I'm just taking today, one day at a time. So,
Thank you. Former Chair Donnelly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to remind the committee that while there are many factors we can consider in deciding whether or not to grant an application like this, whether the applicant needs it is not actually a valid factor for us to consider. We're thinking about the impact that them having it will have on the community.
Ms. Carter.
Yes, Mr. Hendricks, I applaud you for taking your journey off one road to a positive road. It's not easy, and in society, we should believe in first, second, and even third chances if we get to that. My question for you, and you have touched on it briefly, about your support system, your friends, your work friends. My question to you is, have you separated yourself from your old friends to continue on this road of positivity?
well, to be honest with you, like towards the end of my drinking and using days, I went solo basically for like the last 5 years. So I wasn't really out partying with people. It was more like sitting in my bedroom and drinking my life away. It wasn't out hanging out, going to concerts and getting messed up and all that. It wasn't anything like that. So I didn't really have a whole lot of separation to do. But on the other hand, I do not hang out with anybody that drinks. In fact, four of us 6 bartenders and servers don't even drink at all. So we hang out quite a bit. We'll come downtown, grab some food. Yeah, I've completely separated myself. Like that was years ago before I even stopped. I was just such a piece of crap then, like I didn't want to hang out with anybody, and nobody would probably wanted to hang out with me either.
Well, I appreciate the support letters that you received. I can tell you that I have not seen as many support letters for one person than what was submitted on your behalf. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Alder Revere.
Thank you, Chair. Welcome, and thank you for being here. I know it's not easy sharing your story with us. First and foremost, I sincerely want to congratulate you on your recovery. I know it's very difficult, and one of the most meaningful realities of serving on this committee is meeting applicants like you who can stand before us and share their success stories. And so I really applaud you and congratulate you for that. I also want to echo my colleagues and say that your letters of support were very meaningful. The one from your mother was especially moving to me. I also very much appreciate whenever we get to meet successful graduates of the Dane County Drug Court program, because I think it's an excellent, one of the first in the nation programs.
That was my actually stepping stone to recovery. Drug court was not easy, and from my understanding, less than 20% graduate. And but that was definitely a good thing for me, and I hope they keep that program around for other people.
Yes.
Even though it doesn't work for everybody, it does help.
Absolutely. Well, I know a lot of folks that it's changed their life around completely. And so I appreciate you standing here and being one of those many success stories from drug court.
Accountability was intense, so it was made for me, definitely.
I only have one question for you, and that's just to confirm my understanding of your record. Were you last successfully discharged from Wisconsin Department of Corrections Supervision back in September of 2021, it looked like?
Yeah. Yep.
Very good. Well, good luck to you, and again, congratulations on your recovery.
Just trying to move forward, you know.
Absolutely. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Alder Miadzi.
Yeah, I just want to echo what my colleagues have said, and definitely congratulate you as well. If you had, I guess my question is, congratulations as well. But as when somebody else, if you see somebody else drinking and being drunk at the bar, what can you offer them as far as stopping them from drinking? But I mean, can you elaborate on what your recourse would be?
With the casinos, it's a little bit different. And I know we work well at the Madison Police Department and issues that we have and whatever. But we have a security team, first of all. If people do get out of hand, and we're encouraged to cut people off before they get to the point. But there's always people that come in already lit up pretty good, and we got to take care of those people. That's about it. I mean, we can't serve them. Like, it's not like a party. It's not supposed to be like a place to get drunk at. It's supposed to be more of a, even though people do, it's supposed to be more of a relaxing, have a few drinks, play some games, stuff like that. But yeah, we try to keep it from getting to the point where they're cut off by slowing them down. Instead of going from doubles down to singles, going from liquor down to beer, stuff like that. Recommendations, like, hey man, if I know the person and he's on our watch list, we'll slow them down and stuff like that. We have a cutoff list and people that are permanently cut off, and we got a pretty good, we keep track of all that stuff pretty well.
Ms. Farley. Oh, I'm sorry. Ms. Farley, and then we'll go back to Alder Knox.
I would just like to move to grant.
Say what?
Motion is to move to grant by Ms. Farley, second by Alder Verveer. Any discussions now on the motion? Seeing none, motion is approved. Thank you. You can go have a seat. Or you can go home. Okay, next up, item number 5, operation license application for Zachary Thomas for Flicks Brew House. Do we have any registrants for this item?
We do not. This was an item that was at consideration at the subcommittee meeting at noon today. The applicant did not show up. I had not invited him to this meeting, considering the intent was for them to appear before the noon meeting. I did send them a little bit of a later invite. So if they show up later, we can always reconsider referral to next month's meeting, but there is no one registered for this item right now.
I move referral to the next meeting. And if the person shows up, then we can take it off the table.
And can I get a second on that? Oh, I didn't see it up on the screen. So seconded by Ms. Farley. Any objections? Seeing none, the item number 5 is referred to the next meeting of the ALRC. Up next, we have 2 items that require interpretation. So we will be taking those up next, as is our policy. So the first one up is item number 52, a 21-plus entertainment license for El Pollo Rumbero LLC, doing business as El Pollo Rumbero at 77 Sirloin Strip. The agent is Arcila Riviera. Do we have any, and we've got them up, do we have any registrants for this item? Are they registered?
It might have been added. Hold on, give me a second. Yes.
Okay. They are registered. So thank you for being here. If you could,
Let me swear the interpreter first. Yep. Interpreter, raise your right hand. Do you affirm you'll accurately interpret Spanish to English and English to Spanish? I do. Excellent, thank you.
if you, if you guys could just tell us a little bit about what the plan is for the 21-plus entertainment license, that would be great, and that's where we'll start.
Primero, buenas tardes. Como ¿me puede repetir la pregunta?
¿Cuál es el plan que tienes para la licencia de entretenimiento? ¿Qué es lo que tienes planeado hacer para ella?
Solamente que es mariachi, es para cumpleaños de 6 de la tarde a 8 los sábados.
So it's to have a mariachi on Saturdays 6 to 8 for birthday parties.
Sí, y el viernes me gustaría poner un DJ. Oh, ya. El viernes me gustaría poner un DJ. Tengo entendido que está permitido hasta las 12 de la noche. Voy a poner, si se logra hacer, poner un security en la puerta y uno para el parqueadero, y que tengan su banda y la capacidad, como te decía, es como para 50 personas, o sea, tener una capacidad, no pasarme de lo permitido, y si hay unos que se van, si hay personas esperando afuera, pueden ingresar y ponerles el sello, no, cierta bebida, o sea, como diré, pone que 3 cervezas y 2 cervezas y 2 drinks, es lo que yo no quiero, es porque es más familiar que entre, o sea.
2 cervezas y 2 qué?
2 cervezas, 2 drinks.
2 drinks.
Ajá.
Yeah. So also, apart from the birthday parties on Saturdays, on Fridays, I would like to have a DJ. I believe it is permitted until midnight, until 12. I would have a security person by the door, another one in the parking lot, and they would be identified with a band. And the capacity, I'm not planning to go over capacity. I'm not sure what it is permitted. I think it's 50. And we would have, if people leave, more people would be allowed to enter. And we would have like a seal for people, so they can only have a couple drinks, because this is going to be still a family restaurant, so we don't want to go further than that.
Okay, thank you. Committee, any questions for the applicant? Alder Knox.
Yeah, first of all, I just want to say I'm sorry I wasn't able to make the couple of invites that Araceli offered to me to check out her facility and that. But we did have a couple of phone meeting conversations prior to, and I believe that she talked to the captain as well and posted the necessary notices. So just want to just comment, I'll make it up there sooner or later. Yeah, thanks. To your restaurant.
Thank you, Alder Knox. Ms. Carter.
Yes, I have a couple questions. First of all, the location you're in has a long history of being part of the fabric of South Madison, and I really hope that you will continue being part of the community. I see on your, I'll wait for the interpreter.
I'm interpreting simultaneously, so don't wait for me now.
Oh, don't wait for you? Julio's the best. Everyone knows that.
I'm a flying robot.
I just wanted to understand, because you're asking for a 21 plus entertainment license, I believe. And so you said you're going to have a DJ. I don't know. Did you say on the weekends? I couldn't remember. But at that
Fridays.
point, on Fridays. So that DJ, are you going to have armbands? What security are you going to use for that?
Yes.
Is it separate? Is it like being a nightclub?
Bueno, también pienso traer a alguien que toca el acordeón, que es vallenato, pero es una mujer. Sí, voy a pedir información. Me dijeron de 2 securities que se les paga el día que tenga el evento. Quiero uno en la entrada y uno para el parqueadero, que esté todo organizado, que no pueda tener problemas. Por eso y pedirle siempre la ID a las personas que puedan servirles el licor. Siempre me tienen que enseñar el ID después, como dice el 21.
Yes, I'm planning to have I have been talking to a couple security guys that would be hired for the days that there is an event, and they would be identified with an armband. And I want it to be organized. One of the people would be at the door, another in the parking lot, and we are obviously going to be asking for IDs for anybody who wants to drink. And maybe we are thinking of having one person playing the accordion to play vallenato, a traditional music from Colombia. And that's the plan. I don't know, Alder Carter, about your question about the nightclub. I don't know if it was...
I guess I misunderstood what the Friday night was going to be. That's why I asked if it was going to be like a nightclub.
Sí, entonces la pregunta era que no entendía muy bien qué era lo del viernes por la noche, que si eso se iba a convertir como un club nocturno.
No creo, ¿verdad? No, solamente los que quieran relajarse con medio un aperitivo, un trago y escuchando música.
Yeah, no, not really. It would be just people who want to relax a little bit, have a drink while they eat, and listen to some music.
Wonderful. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Alder Knox.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure, but did you actually meet with the police captain? And I don't know if someone from the police has some kind of summary of that,
Yes, I have met with the captain in person.
Él asiste en 2 ocasiones.
Yes, I can confirm. I spoke with Captain Zanders, the captain of the South District, that he did meet with the applicant, and he has no concerns or issues with the plan.
Thank you. Alder Knox, did you, okay. Ms. Carter?
If there are not any other questions, I move to grant.
Second by Mr. Bouchak. Any discussion? Oh, any other registrants for this item?
No.
No other registrants? Any other discussion on this item? Carter. See none. Any objections to passing this item? See none, item 52 is approved.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
No por-
Okay, our last item for interpretation is another 21-plus entertainment license for Garcia's LLC, doing business as Senor Machetes at 121 East Main Street. Agent Ophelia Garcia Anchardo. Sorry if I... Thank you. It's a hard one, yes. If you could introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about what you want to do with the entertainment license, that would be great.
Plan tiene con la licencia de entretenimiento.
Muy bien, voy a tratar de hacerlo yo. Caso, dame un segundo.
Habla al micrófono, no.
No, sí, escúchame.
Ok,
Yo voy a tratar de hacerlo. En caso de que algo no se pase, se lo pido a usted.
perfecto.
Hello, everybody. My name is Ophelia Garcia Anchondo.
Si quiere hablar sobre el plan, ¿qué plan tiene para la licencia de entretenimiento?
So, my plan is to have salsa lessons on Saturday and comedy on Fridays.
Okay. Committee, do we have any questions for the applicant? Ms. Carter? Ms. Carter, you're muted.
So are you having a DJ for both Saturday and Friday and Saturday? And what are your, unless I'm not seeing it, what will your hours be?
Yes, we're gonna have DJ, and that's gonna be early, from 9 to 12.
On both nights?
Yes.
Okay, so 9 to midnight. And then salsa lessons are on Saturday, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you very much for the clarification.
Thank you.
Committee, are there any other questions for the applicant? Seeing none? Committee, what are your, oh. Sorry, Mr. Donnelly.
No worries. I had just clocked in. So you want an entertainment license for a DJ one night a week and for salsa lessons one day a week?
Yes.
Okay. Can you please describe to us what the DJ will be doing and what the layout of the space will be like?
Well, the DJ is there to have a live music for the license and the performance for the comedians people.
So will the DJ be playing music while people are dancing, or what else is happening while the DJ is making music?
Well, they go in between the, for the license, it is for dance, and for the comedian is for the performance in betweens and all the arrangements. But also they sometimes stay a little after the program when they.
I want to be clear, I am not asking anything about salsa lessons. I am only talking about the other times when a DJ will be there. So can you please describe what those events will be like? What would I see if I walked into the business?
You're gonna see, I don't know, that's a really good question. I don't know how to describe this.
Okay, so is your business normally a restaurant or a bar?
It is 20% bar and 75% food.
Okay, so generally, do you have the majority of the space in your establishment filled with tables and chairs where people will sit and eat dinner?
Yes, and also we sell food at the meantime.
Okay. When you, again, I am not talking about salsa lessons. I am talking about other times when you have a DJ there. Will all of the tables be in their normal places?
Yes.
Okay, so where will people dance?
This is a different day. One day, the comedy is on Friday, and the salsa is on Saturday. So we do move the table.
I see, okay. So I was thinking there was salsa lessons and DJ. There's comedy and salsa lessons.
No, it's one day for comedy, and the other day is for salsa.
Okay,
It's Friday and Saturday.
now I understand. And so when you have the DJ for salsa dancing, is that DJ let's see. I'm trying to think of a precise way to ask the question. So sometimes there is an event where people dance, where basically somebody plugs an iPod in and plays some music and they dance to it. There are other cases where there is a DJ or a band putting on a show and people are dancing to the music of that show. Is the distinction between those clear? If not, that's okay.
No.
Would you like to use the free interpretation service provided by the city?
Yeah, because I don't understand your
Okay.
question.
Do you want me to ask the question again, or are you good?
Yeah, así que te
Okay. So I want to know how is the DJ playing the music? What is the nature of their performance?
Es que no entiendo la pregunta.
Can I kind of clarify? Basically, maybe we could ask, like, is the DJ gonna put on a show or just playing music?
That's a great way to put it. Thank you. Yes.
Entonces, la pregunta es básicamente que si el DJ va a estar haciendo un espectáculo como, hey, con la mano arriba, hey, o simplemente va a tocar música y la gente la va a escuchar y va a bailar.
He gonna do like different way of presentation. That's the idea. If this is the question, he gonna have like different, I don't know, like put your hands up or down or helping the teaching people lessons.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Donnelly. Any other questions for the applicant? Ms. Carter?
Yeah, I just have a quick question regarding do you have someone coming in teaching salsa as the DJ plays the appropriate music for those lessons?
Yes.
Or are you teaching it?
No, we have a professional dancing people to do that. I'm not that really good with the salsa.
Well, me neither. So we have that in common. And then the other thing is on comedy night, when the comedian is taking a break, then the DJ will fill that time when the comedian's not at the mic.
We have more than one person.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
So it's a comedy evening.
exactly.
Okay.
Yes.
And then, no, I think that's all my questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Alder Verveer?
Oh, thank you, Chair. Hi, Ophelia, good to see you.
I'm here.
Two questions, I think, at this point. The first is to assist in your responses to Mr. Donnelly about how the setup of the entertainment will be physically. Could you confirm that you plan to use the entertainment license, if granted, pretty much entirely on your second floor, which isn't currently a regular dining room for the restaurant?
They're gonna be on the second floor, not at the restaurant.
So the second floor you've currently have been using for special events and the sorts of things that you're already discussing, correct?
Correct.
You don't move the tables and chairs in the restaurant area?
No, we use the second floor.
And as you know, because I've spoken with you and your husband and co-owner Noel about this, a few meetings ago of this committee, Police Captain Hansen shared with this committee that there was an incident at Machetes, several months ago now, related to an event you were having on the second floor, and that's when it was brought to your attention that you needed a entertainment license. So I appreciate, of course, that you're here and that you applied for the license that you weren't aware that you needed for those sorts of events. But my question is, could you just share with us your perspective on what happened that night? Because the committee, as you know, heard a few months ago the police department's, or at least Captain Hansen's perspective of what happened that night.
Yes. Well, that night, there was a police officer coming to the door. I was at the door watching somebody like playing or like kind of playing, fighting, but wasn't a fighting. So I don't know if somebody called the police or he stopped by or he was passing by. So the police officer come to the door, and then I ask, what's going on? And then the guy, he is like, we have a fight around. So I go like, where? So I think he doesn't understand my English. And then I believe he get confused, like I try to stop him to go on the room, but I don't know what, I don't even know that they noticed the occurrence on the street.
To just confirm what you're saying, and Captain Hansen reported it to us this way as well, that the police were actually driving by and saw two individuals that they thought were fighting out on the sidewalk in front of the restaurant, correct? And one of those folks that they thought were fighting ran upstairs on the second floor of the restaurant, and the police were attempting to find that individual, and there was a miscommunication between you and the officer or officers about what was going on. Is that an accurate summary?
Yeah, I'm assuming that happens.
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
But have there ever been any fights inside your establishment?
No. No, never.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Alderman Yazdi.
Move to grant.
Do I have a second? I didn't see anything up on the screen, so. Oh. Okay, we have a second by Alder Verveer, and a question.
Thank you again, Chair. I think you all can sit down if,
Yeah, you
the
guys-
question isn't for you, it's for Captain Komaski.
Thank you.
So Captain, I don't know if you've had a chance to consult with, since obviously you're newly minted not only to this committee, but your promotion to Commander of the Central Police District. But have you had a chance to speak with members of your community policing team or other Central District staff about this application, and do you have any thoughts on it?
Yes, I have. And so they had alerted me actually this afternoon about the one incident that you had just spoke about.
Recording in progress.
There has been no further incidents, and looking in the call history for this establishment, nothing further. I did speak with Ophelia's business partner, Noel, today, and he did talk with me about the fact that they are doing security measures like wanding for the establishment, checking IDs at the door. We'll have security and some measures. I talked with the community policing team who was aware of this prior event, and they felt that it would be not an issue as long as there was some security measures like that in place, seeing as that we have not had another incident since then at this establishment, and due to the fact too that they came forward and said we didn't realize that we were not supposed to have a DJ, and have now taken the responsible steps to try and get a 21 plus entertainment license to have the proper permitting to have the DJ for these events. So I nor them have any great concerns about this being granted.
Thank you very much. It's very helpful. We really appreciate that. I'll also add, as you might be aware, Captain, that one of your colleagues from the community policing team notified me today that they're attempting to organize a neighborhood meeting for all the establishments in the 100 block of East Main Street. I'm not sure if you were aware of that or not, but I look forward to that meeting, which I've been invited to, and I'm sure that Noel and Ophelia will participate in that conversation. So thank you again for your feedback. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Any other discussion? Seeing none. Any objections to approval of this item? Seeing none, item 53 is approved. Thank you very much. Jim just informed me we have one more item that requires interpretation. So we'll be moving to item 16, which is a change of agent for Taste of Szechuan LLC, doing business as Taste of Szechuan, 515 State Street. And do we have any registrants for this item? see the registrant in Zoom.
Looks like the registrant. The registrant is in Zoom, Aichun Wang. And let's see if Holly is here.
I just got the email that Holly needed an invite, so I just sent it seconds ago. So
Okay. And Holly's waiting for it, so she should be getting in pretty quick.
Let's give that a minute, otherwise we can come back to this one next. Let us do this.
Let's go to the next one.
Yeah, we're going to go to the next one. We'll come back to this one. So next up is a change of agent for item number 6 for change of agent for Graduate Madison Lisi LLC, doing business as Graduate Madison, 601 Langdon Street, the new agent of Aaron Libgald. Do we have any registrants for this?
We don't. I will say I sent this one a little late to the applicant. This was referred last week, not because the applicant didn't show, but because we were missing background check material for it. The background check did get ran. However, it was flagged, so it was not a consent agenda for that reason. So without the applicant here, I would recommend that the committee refer and not hold this meeting against them for not showing, because I got them the invite a little late.
I move to refer to the next meeting.
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion? Seeing none. Any objections? Seeing none. Item number 6 is referred to the next meeting of the ALRC. Let's see if we have an interpreter yet. I don't see them in here. So that brings up item number 9, a change of agent for Cracker Barrel Old Country Store Incorporated, doing business as Cracker Barrel, number 214 on East Springs Drive. The new agent is Amy Orris. Do we have any registrants for this item?
Where am I? I'm sorry, which number is this?
Number 9.
We do not have any registrants for this item.
Committee, what is your pleasure? Mr. Donnelly has moved referral. Can I get a second? Second by Alder Verveer. Any discussion? I see one hand up. Attorney McReynolds.
Thank you, Chair. I asked that this be not on the consent agenda because the signatures don't match the names of the people that are listed in print, and they're both the same signature, so it should be 2 different people. It should be Richard and Amy. So anyway, I'm hoping that Jim can reach out to them and have them fill out a accurate application before the next meeting.
Sure.
Can we refer it to the next meeting?
Yes, that is the motion that's on the table right now.
Oh, okay, I didn't know that.
So any objections to referring this to the next meeting? Seeing none, item 9 is referred. Let's see. Any luck on an interpreter yet?
Yes.
Okay, so now we're back in order of the agenda. Item 16, change of agent for Taste of Szechuan.
Can you guys hear me?
Yep. If first we can have Holly, if you can raise your right hand, you affirm you'll accurately interpret English to Mandarin, Mandarin to English.
Yes. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry, and I'm on my phone app, so I don't know how to turn my camera on.
Now you're
So-
fine.
Okay.
Do I need to put my camera on? I don't know how to do that. I'm sorry.
No.
Okay.
So if you could tell us a little bit about the change of agent, that would be great for Taste of Szechuan.
那就解释一下，就是这个代理人的名字要更改，就是原因。
我一直都是Taste 四川的 manager， 一直都是我在管理，所以我觉得现在换到我的名下我就我现在更多时间在里面，所以我可以 take care anything。
Yeah, that's because I've always been the one that has been managing the Taste of Sichuan restaurant, and so I feel that getting the agent name changed to me, that would allow me to better take care of the things, especially now that I will have more time to be at the restaurant.
Okay, thank you. Committee, do we have any questions for the applicant?
那有没有什么问题要问申请人的？
谢谢。
Attorney McReynolds.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to confirm who, it says on the form that you own 50%, who owns the other 50%? And I also want to confirm, so this is not a sale, is that correct?
所以就是这个申请表上写你是有50%的所有权，那么另外50%在谁手上？然后再要确认一下，这只是改名字，而就是这个餐馆没有被卖掉，是不是？
餐馆没有被卖掉，但是50%在景称 JINCHEN 下面，但是餐馆就是member 已经换了，就是。
Interpreter needs to clarify one thing. 最后什么东西换掉了？
没有，餐馆没有卖掉，但是在50%在景称下面。
Okay. Yeah, so that is correct. This is not a sale of the restaurant. And the other 50% holder is Jin Chen, CHEN. JIN is the first name.
Thank you, Chair.
谢谢。
Thank you. Ms. Carter. Ms. Carter, I think you might still be on mute.
Oh, for God's sake. It's not like I don't know where that microphone is. My question was answered. I'm fine. Thank you.
刚刚要提的问题已经回答到了，谢谢。
Thank you. Any other questions? Attorney McReynolds.
Sorry, I now remember why I asked the question. So the other member is not listed, the other person is not listed as a member of the LLC because for 2025, Wing is the only member listed. So that will need to be corrected.
就是因为另外那个业主就50%的所有权的那个人，你没有把他的名字写在你这个 LLC 上面的，就是业主名字上面，就是这上面只写了文，所以就是这一点在表格上面需要纠正一下。
好的，那我需要填什么表格吗？可以发给我一下吗？
So can you send me the form that I need to fill out?
Jim, are you able to do that?
Yeah. Yeah, I got it.
好，一会儿发给你。
Yeah, just to clarify, so in last year, the renewal form had the current applicant who's with us today, as well as Yinjiang Wu. And this year's renewal form only has the person who's here with us today. So if you are changing it to remove the person from last year and add a new person, both of those names should be indicated on the form as removing the one from last year and adding the one that's now here this year.
所以就确认一下，因为去年的这个申请表格上面有写了另外一个业主叫姓吴，叫英娟，所以如果是然后现在今年的申请表格上面只有就是你今天在场的这一个人的名字，所以如果要把就是这个表格要纠正的话，就是要把你自己的名字还有另外那个所有的那个人的名字也写上去。
好的，谢谢。
Okay, thanks.
And Jim, just for clarification, that would be the entity reorganization form?
That's correct, or change of officer.
Change of officer, okay.
所以要填的那个表格的那个名字叫 Change of Officer， 就是。
Okay.
Committee, what's your pleasure?
那么委员会接下来一步你们想怎么做？
I would move this to our next meeting based on the incorrect form has been submitted.
那我提议把这个项目推后到下一次的开会的时间再提，因为今天呈上来的表格上面有错误。
I don't think the incorrect form's been filled out. I think we found that another form needs to be filled out, but for changing the agent.
No, changing the officer.
Changing the officer is a different form.
Yep.
Changing the liquor beer agent is what we're talking about right now.
对，今天呈上来的不是错误的一个表格，因为我们刚刚提到的是就是更改所有权，就是 change of officer 这个表格，但是今天我们讨论的只是改代理人的名字。
So Attorney McReynolds, are we safe to proceed on this agent change application as it is now?
那是律师 McReynolds， 你觉得今天按照就是现在的情况，就是按照今天的表格的话，是不是可以合法的通过就是改代理的名字？
I think so. Maybe with the caveat that the applicant fill out the other form, because she has, stated that she is 50% owner and this is not a sale. As long as she gets that other form in, I don't see a problem taking a vote on this particular item.
我觉得应该是可以，因为就是今天的申请人他也说了，今天这个餐馆没有是被买卖掉，只是改名字而已。然后就是主要是还要申请人把正确的表格填写完毕以后传给我。
I move for approval.
谢谢。
Okay, so let's go back to Ms. Carter.
Ms. Carter.
Yeah, so in light of our attorney's interpretation, I would move for approval with the contingent on getting the other form submitted to the clerk's office.
那么
Which I think is the change of officer, is that right, Jim?
Yes.
那么既然我们这个施律师这样解释的话，那么我觉得可以同意今天的申请，但是要求申请人要把正确的表格就 change of officer 这个表格要填写完毕以后再传给我们。
好的，没问题。
Okay, yeah, not a problem.
I just sent you an email with a link to the application to remove the old officer and add the new officer, as well as the background check form, which Feng Chen will need to complete.
那么就刚刚通过邮件把这个正确的这个表格给你发过去了，就是把原来的那个股东就是换成新的人，然后还有背景调查的一些表格也要填写。
好的，
Okay,
我收到了，
okay, I received it.
但是帮我问他一下，这个填完了之后，我下次还要听证吗？还是说
So once I have that form filled out, do I need to come back for another meeting?
No, I'll send you the invite to the meeting, but it will almost likely be on the consent agenda, that will pass in the beginning of the meeting.
对，就是下次会议的时候还是会给你发会议的连接，但是会放在就是今天一开始会议的那些预批的项目，就是一开会就是会马上通过。
OK， 好的，谢谢。那我这个填完了，我直接拿到 office 吗？
Okay, so once I have that form filled out, do I bring it directly down to your office?
Yes.
对，是的。
是要付这25块钱要直接付走吗？还是
And then is there that $25 fee associated with it?
Yes.
对。
OK， 好的。
Okay. Thanks.
Alder Miadzi, are you my second?
Yes, Chair.
Thank you.
对，投支持票。
Thank you.
So we have a motion and a second on this item. Any discussion?
那么现在有一个动议，然后有一个支持，有没有人想进一步讨论的？
Alder Miadzi?
I'm sorry, I forgot to lower it. Sorry.
Fine. Seeing no further discussion, any objections to approval?
没有任何要其他讨论的，那有没有人反对批准的？
Seeing none, item 16 is approved. Thank you very much and have a good evening.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
批准了，那好，就可以下线了。
谢谢 Helen. Thank you. Thank you so much. Yep.
Thank you, Holly.
Yep. Bye.
Bye.
Next up on the agenda is item 23, the change of agent for Red Rooster Madison LLC, doing business as Red Rooster. The new agent is Timothy Payne. Do we have any registrants for this item?
We do not, and this also goes with item 31, which is a change of officer. The reason I removed this from the consent agenda is because it's a one-for-one change of ownership. I didn't catch this prior to Friday when I sent the invites out for the agenda to let him, actually, no, I think I maybe used Wednesday last week. That I realized that this was a one-for-one change. I explained to the applicant that typically the committee likes to see a new application because they want to make sure that they're approving the operation that's going to occur and nothing is changing with the operations that were already licensed. So I have not heard back from the email that I sent to the applicant, and they have not registered for this meeting, but they've been given the information about how the committee typically handles situations like this.
I move to refer to the next meeting.
Second.
For 23 and 31?
Any discussion? Seeing none. Any objections to approval? Seeing none. Item 23 and 31 are referred to the next meeting of the ALRC. Okay, up next, change of license conditions. Item number 40 for Gruel Petroleum LLC, doing business as Gruel Petroleum LLC at 3869 East Washington Avenue. Do we have any registrants for this item?
Second. It's 40.
Yep.
No, I do not see any registrants for this application.
Is this the first time this has been before us?
It is, I believe it is.
Okay.
Yeah.
Alder Verveer.
Thank you. I had actually sought recognition before you called this item up.
Oh, sorry.
But since we're on this item, I'll move referral to our next meeting.
Second from Mr. Donnelly. Any discussion? Seeing none. Any objections? Seeing none. Item 40 is moved to the next meeting. Alder Verveer.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Before we moved on to the next section of our agenda, I move that we consider agenda items 48 and 49 together at this time, as I believe this will only take about 1 minute, and the applicant is here with us in person.
Ms. Farley.
Second.
Seeing no objections, we will pick up 48 and 49. These are requests to extend license issuances for, it's the second request beyond the 180-day limit for Stuffed Olive Madison and Roxy Madison. Do we have any registrants for this item?
Yep, for both items, we have Anthony DeSalvo and attorney Robert Proctor, both registered for this item.
Good evening. Thank you again thank you, Alder Verveer. So we're requesting a final extension. We are in the literal final stages of the building of all three of the venues, but for the Stuffed Olive and Roxy. Our current extension expires on August 11th. The Stuffed Olive is slated to open, which we have a 95% certainty, seeing that the dates with the contractors haven't changed at all. That date is looking at July 25th. So we have a safe cushion there in case something unfortunately happens. For Roxy, we are looking at getting our CO on August 1st with an opening of August 8th. Given that 8th to the 11th, just in case something happened, we didn't want to risk it and come before you to ask for an extension that we hope we don't need to use.
Thank you. Mr. Donnelly.
Move to grant items 48 and 49.
Second by Alder Verveer. Any discussion? Alder Miazzi. Oh, disappeared. Seeing no discussion, any objections? Seeing none, these items are referred to or extended. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Have a good evening.
Have a good evening. Thank you.
And Mike, you threw me off. So next up is item 44, change of license premise for Chinchilla JDK LLC, doing business as the Red Rock Saloon at 222 West Gorham Street. Do we have any registrants for this item?
Yeah, Jeffrey Kovakovich and Andrew Deuster are both registered and supports, available to answer questions. And I see JJ is in Zoom.
Okay.
Has to unmute. He's unmuted.
Yep. JJ, thank you for being here. If you could just give the committee an overview of what you're wanting to change at the Red Rock.
Sorry, guys. I think my business partner, Drew, is jumping on too, and he's actually been the one that's been dealing with the city and some of the changes that have been happening out there with some of our construction. So I think I'm going to let him talk on this if he's in yet.
Yes, I'm here if you can hear me.
Yeah.
Drew, if you could introduce yourself and just let us know what the plan is.
Sure. Yeah. Drew Doyster, partner at Red Rock Saloon. We are effectively just looking to change our license from a restaurant nightclub to a nightclub premise change, primarily in order to hopefully increase our occupancy a little bit and help alleviate some of the lines that are often frequently forming in front of the business on the weekends. As in terms of operationally, we're actually not making any changes to the business. We are just looking to increase. I believe we've met all of the other criteria for an increased occupancy in terms of square footage, egress, bathrooms, and so forth. However, we were just looking to change over to the full nightclub. We will still be serving food. The only probably difference in operational change that we'll make is probably some added security with the additional capacity.
Thank you. Committee, any questions for the applicants? Ms. Carter.
Drew, has the fire department come in and determine capacity?
So we are currently in operation with a capacity set at 360. Based off of our architect's calculations, we're hoping to raise that to about 450. But as part of that, as the way I understand it, the next phase would be involving the fire department to help us set that extended occupancy.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Bruchek.
For our new captain.
Yep.
Does the Madison Police have any issue with this location or this request?
I spoke extensively with my community policing team on this one as well. And myself, along with them, we do not have concerns. Actually, the Red Rock does operating how a tavern should be operating. They have well-trained bouncers. They have a detector wand that they are wanding individuals who are coming in. They control the outside of their line properly, and they really have minimal issues. We have very few calls for service. A lot of the issues that we do have are things that are kind of in that block, which is people hanging out in that corner, but it is no fault of the Red Rocks for patrons or community members that are hanging out there. So we would have no concerns with the capacity change at all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
No further questions.
Alder Revere.
Thank you, Chair. Hi, Drew and JJ. It's been a long time since I've seen you. I do have a couple of follow-up questions that haven't been covered yet. The first is a follow-up to Ms. Carter's question. In your research, Drew, what is the capacity that city building inspection and city fire department say is the maximum that you're allowed under the code?
From my understanding, just based off of the calculations, it would increase to, we could have it potentially increase up to 450, but caveat of that would be the redesignation of our license from, again, into a full, I guess, nightclub designation.
That's what I figured. So 450 is the maximum you're allowed by code, correct?
Yes.
Okay, very good. And then is it your understanding that with this proposed change in your business definition under the Madison zoning code, that you would need to make application to the Madison Plan Commission for that change in designation?
Yes, correct.
Have you done so yet?
We are, it's in the process. I was kind of told it's a 2-phase process, ALRC being 1 phase, and then obviously planning and zoning and so forth as the other part to that. So I have been in touch with Alder Bennett, working through the ropes, so to speak, and then also working with planning, Chris Wells at planning as well.
Do you have any estimate as to when you would be before the Plan Commission, and thus when your new capacity would likely take place, calendar-wise?
One of the changes that needs to happen is we have to widen the front door. We have a vestibule, and the second series of doors inside the vestibule, inside the building, are a few inches shy of triggering the increase in occupancy. So there's a construction phase or portion to this too. I think we were just hoping to obviously have the green light with the licensing before making the construction commitment. But ideally, it would be sometime in the fall.
I see. Thank you for that. And then as it relates to your, you stated that operations won't change at all in terms, except for the increased capacity, if granted. Is one thing that I was a little surprised about when I saw your application on our agenda, when the agenda was public on last Friday, is the change in your revenue percentages. Could you just review those for us? Your food percentages, seems like it's decreased by at least half. Am I reading that right?
It's a somewhat of a fluid number. When we moved locations, I think we began doing probably a little less food at the new location on State Street there. And I think that actually our food numbers may be up. I think we're going to expect them to be up this year. But post-COVID, yeah, we've I think probably shifted a little more focus towards the beer, alcohol, and other sales from food, but not for lack of trying. We still pride ourselves on our food, and we're still out there trying to capture those sales.
So the a full menu will still be available in the future?
Yep, we have a full menu, and we're not changing our kitchen hours or anything. We'll obviously still be serving all of the same hours we've been serving basically for the last 10 years. The only notable thing I guess I wanted to mention too is that we are adding we're aware of there's sometimes loitering and issues in I think it's the Badger lot, which is adjacent
Buckeye.
to
We call it the Buckeye parking lot.
Oh, yeah, Buckeye. Sorry, correct. And so we are adding some pretty much brand new state-of-the-art cameras in the lot to kind of help surveil. And we've tried to be diligent about making sure our staff is helping patrol that area at the end of the night. And, if there's anything, directives coming from the police or so forth, to give them a hand with anything from there too. Because I know that's been a kind of an area of a sore spot. So.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. I had saw that was the plan, and I know the Central Police District appreciates that immensely, given the challenges we've had in that parking lot the last several years, and really to an unfortunate extent. Back to the percentages for a minute. Is the percentages of other all cover charges?
So it would be anything from merchandise sales, mechanical bull rides, cover charge, anything that would fall outside of the scope of food and beverage.
Mm-hmm. And then, speaking of cover charges, just looking at the current conditions on your alcohol license, I presume, since you did not make an application to amend any of those conditions, Drew, that you have no concern with continuing to follow those and being considered an entertainment venue under our ordinances, and that food service would be available at all times, that you don't have live music.
Yes, correct. We're happy to continue complying with the current situation.
Very good. And my very last curiosity question is, since obviously I was involved in your opening back in the day and the discussion about having 18-plus entertainment options, could you just share with us currently how many 18-plus entertainment offerings you generally have at your Madison location?
Yeah, I would say that we try and we usually, if I had to just guess, we do maybe 2 a month. And that's kind of a mixture of if we do a sorority or fraternity party or so forth, we'll close to the public, offer that under, the appropriate terms. And then we'll actually remove everyone from the building and reopen to the public. And we also do some live music events with radio stations and national acts and so forth, which are like ticketed events. And for those, we generally like to offer those for all ages. But outside of those kind of special events, so to speak, we're almost always 21 and up.
When you said on average 2 18-plus events a month, does that include both you acting as a third-party vendor for Greek Life events as well as the events open to the public, or
yes,
which is
that's
it?
correct.
So
Right,
the average of 2 a month are really private parties, so the radio station sponsored or otherwise events where those under 21 could legally partake in entertainment, those are these days fewer and far between. Is that what you're saying?
They're kind of on the if come. Just depends on if kind of the music acts that are routing through, or if we have the radio stations which we have a relationship with, if they're able to provide somebody. So we were doing more of them, but it was another seemingly post-COVID thing that kind of fell off.
Right. Well, I hope that, like with the food, that the opportunities that you have for more entertainment for those between 18 and 21 are on the upswing in the future. But good luck with your minor construction project there and getting more of your loyal patrons inside the building rather than standing in those long lines on West Gorham Street.
Yes, thank you.
Good luck. Take care. Thank you, Chair.
Sorry, Alder Revere.
Yes. Did you want to follow up, JJ?
I just wanted to add one thing about, just to kind of clarify on the food piece too, that this is also, as Drew said, a post-COVID situation that happened. And part of the reason why that food went down slightly was because of us eliminating the lunch component, because we reopened, slowly and getting things back. So that is also another item that we could possibly look at in the future of re-adding to the food piece that would help build the food.
Thank you. I really appreciate hearing that you are certainly not the only ones in downtown Madison that unfortunately still have not recovered from the pandemic and have restarted their lunch service. So I'm excited that you're considering looking at that again down the road. Thanks for mentioning that, JJ. Thanks again, Chair.
Thank you, Alder. Any other questions for the applicant? Seeing none, committee, what's your pleasure? Alder Revere? Okay.
To grant. Second.
Oh, duh. I'm having technology issues. So we have a motion on the floor that's been seconded to grant this application. Any discussion? Seeing none, any objections? Seeing none, item 44 is approved. Thank you very much. Have a good evening. Next up, that brings us to 21 plus entertainment license for number 51 for Renasha Corp. doing business as JavaCat, 4221 Lean Road. Do we have any registrants for this item? Nope. And also item 59, which is a new license public hearing for JavaCat. Hello, thank you. If you could introduce yourself and let us know what your plans are for both items, the entertainment license and the new license.
I'm Renee Raspler. I'm the owner of JavaCat. In the last year, we moved from Monona Drive over to Lean Road, and we now have quite a bit of outdoor green space, and we'd like to add a beer and wine license and start using that space to its full potential. We have plans to have a wedding reception this fall. We've had some interest in like an outdoor open mic kind of thing, things like that.
Committee, what questions do you have for the applicant? Former Chair Donnelly, do you have any questions for the applicant?
No.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Carter.
Yeah, I'm just curious, is your outdoor space part of your parking lot? I'm not familiar with where you are now. I'm more familiar with your old location.
No, we have quite a bit of green space behind the building itself and green space to the right, so it would not include the parking lot.
Okay, okay. And is that more of a commercial area?
Yes.
Commercial business versus residential?
Yes.
Okay. I'll have to come check you out.
Please do.
Any other questions for the applicant?
If there's no other questions, I move approval.
Yep. Okay, got Alder Madison. I think, so we got a second from Alder Revere. Alder Madison.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to just share my support for the business. I did attend the in-person meeting. There were not any questions. And I am excited to have continue to see the business grow in the district because it's been a welcome sort of space for myself and plenty of others in the immediate area and for folks who are driving from across town too. So.
Okay, thank you. You can have a seat. If we have any questions, we'll bring you back up. Committee, any discussion on the motion at hand? Seeing none, any objections to approval? Seeing none, these items are approved, 51 and 59. Thank you. Okay, next up, we are for an adult entertainment tavern, and then, does this go with another one?
Yeah.
Okay, so item 54, which is adult entertainment establishment license for Santuro LLC doing business as Bennett's Meadowwood Country Club at 2009 Freeport Road, and the item 70, which is a public hearing for a new license for Bennett's Meadowood Country Club. Do we have any registrants?
Yep, Jefferson Stanley, who I believe is right here with us.
Jefferson, if you can introduce yourself and let us know what you're planning to do over at Bennett's.
My name is Jefferson Stanley, and we, at the present time, we really are just going to continue Bennett's as it is. We're not going to make any changes at the present time. It's really been in operations for 70, it's, how many years has it been now? It's been 47 years. And I'm with Patty Caputo, who's been a manager there for 30 years. So anything that I can answer, she's going to help me answer today.
Okay, thank you. Committee, any questions for the registrants? Ms. Carter?
Yeah. Mr. Stanley, is this a new license?
It's a transfer of a license from the previous owner, but new to us.
It's new to you. And the daughter was the previous owner. I believe this has come before us before.
The son.
Under different circumstances.
The son inherited the property in 2018. So that was the previous transfer of ownership.
What? I could hardly hear you.
The transfer of ownership occurred in 2018 from the founder to the founder's son.
Yes, that's right. Thank you for jarring my memory.
Yeah.
So this would be a new license, but the operation is going to remain the same.
That's correct. All the managers are still remaining in place, and the operations, no change in operations.
Okay, thank you.
So that means your breakfast is still going to be interesting.
That is correct.
Okay.
If there's no other questions, I move approval.
Alderman Yazzie?
I'm seconding that.
Okay, so we have approval and a second. Jim, are there any current restrictions on either of these licenses?
Let me check one moment.
Okay. So we have a motion on the floor. If you guys want to just take a seat, if we have any questions, we'll come up for discussion now.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. While Jim is looking this up, committee, do we have any discussion around this item?
Oops. Nothing on the adult entertainment license. It's actually a non-tavern adult entertainment license. And the alcohol license is also no conditions on that one as well.
Okay.
Is it Carter made the motion?
Yes. Alder Knox.
Was there a second?
Yeah, I was just gonna fill in and buy you some time while he was checking the licenses, but can someone clarify, so what's the difference with the adult entertainment license? Is that just mean they have to be over 20 something?
Mr. Donnelly.
It's, in this context, adult entertainment is not about alcohol, but one of our society's other prurient axes.
Thank you for clarifying that. I was curious about that designation. Thank you.
So we have no restriction on this license. We've got a motion on the floor that has a second. Any other discussion? Alder Knox, or did you forget to put your hand out? And you're on mute. Okay. Oh. Okay. Seeing no other discussions, are there any objections to approval on this item? Seeing none, items 54 and 70 are approved. Thank you very much. Have a good day. Evening. Let's see. Up next is item 35. This was the item that was referred to us for amending section 3805 and creating item 38.05B and C of the Madison General Ordinances related to Class A and Class A alcohol beverage licenses to impose geographic limits on Class A and Class A license applications considered by the Common Council after adoption of this ordinance for purposes of regulating density of such alcohol beverage licenses. Jim, do we have any registrants for this item?
Yeah, we have two registrants. We have a Nels Rude of the Madison Alcohol Advisory Council in opposition, not wishing to speak, and a David Aguayo, who is of the Greater Madison Chamber of Commerce, also in opposition, also not wishing to speak.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Farley?
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yep.
Yep.
Okay. Point of information, what item is this on the agenda?
55.
55.
Thank you.
Thank you. Alder Revere.
Thank you, Chair. Considering that there are no registrants wishing to speak, I move to table agenda item 55 until the conclusion of our public hearing items.
Second. Any discussion? Seeing none. Any objections? Seeing none, this item is tabled to the end of our public hearing items. Thank you very much. So we're now in our recess public hearings. Item number 56, public hearing, new license, Refuel Pantry Incorporated, doing business as Refuel Pantry at 2702 East Washington Avenue. Agent Melissa McPherson, do we have any registrants for this item?
We do. We have two registrants. We have a Gurpreet Guman in opposition, not wishing to speak. And we have the applicant, Harinder Singh, who is in support and wishing to speak and is here? Yes.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening. If you could introduce yourselves and give us some information about what you're planning on doing, and I see this is a referral back to us.
Yes, my name is Harinder Singh. I'm representing Refuel Pantry. So this is the third time we are here. So in the first meeting, the license was approved and it was referred to the Common Council. Then few people had some concerns, so we reached out to those people and everything is taken care of. In the last meeting, Elder Mani and a couple of elders, they wanted us to reach out to the neighborhood people and see if they have any objections. So we did a neighborhood meeting. We did the neighborhood we met with the neighborhood co-chair at their monthly meeting. So we didn't really had any opposition. As a matter of fact, co-chair, they wanted to, see if they can give us any kind of approval in written or whatnot, So that's all it is. And as far as the opposition, it's that business next door, Rockies, that has the opposition. So they always gonna oppose. So, and as far as all the research and all the people we met, I mean, everybody is happy with what we will be bringing to the table and what we're gonna be doing to that place, you know. So we request again to please go ahead and grant us the license.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Alder Madison. Sorry, I need to turn my mic on. Alder Madison, and then we'll hear from Alder Burris.
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to ask, I guess, first whether or not there was someone, and maybe Alder Latimer Burris will be able to speak to it, but from the neighborhood group or from just sort of like a recap from other folks in attendance at the neighborhood meeting.
Not registered, no.
Thank you.
Alder Burris.
Yeah, so this is, we probably need to correct the ordinance somehow, because I think small businesses and neighborhoods are getting lost in the process, and we should move away from what I call the orange sign public hearing qualification. And that's part of the reason that Mr. Singh has had to come back several times and whatnot. So we did have a public hearing. I think it was yesterday. We had the public hearing on another issue, Crown Liquor, and then we had one on this one. And the neighborhood is, I think the neighborhood is split on it, if I would say. They would say, if I were to do a guesstimate, I would say 50% were fine. 30% were probably opposed, and then 20% were unsure. So I know that the people that were strongly opposed were frustrated. They're frustrated with the property, what's been happening according to them and according to several people that wrote in: drugs, prostitution, disorderly conduct, trash, just making it a really difficult place to live by. Now, that's not Mr. Singh's problem, because that's not his business. It's somebody else's business. So then we have to flip to the other side. We have to measure and decide, how do we impact small businesses? Are they responsible for the past? Now, if I had my way personally, which it's not my opinion, that counts, it's the neighborhood, and that's why I call the neighborhood meeting. And Mr. Singh was able to meet with the neighborhood association, which I confirmed, and they're in support. And the strongest opposition, which came from a lady that lives right there. And again, it's a conflation of all the issues that are happening right now at that business, where people feel like you can't even go get gas there, it's not safe, to Mr. Singh wanting to do something different. So we're at a crossroads here. I'm just here to report what people said. Now, people that were opposed are strongly opposed to any type of liquor. Mr. Singh is, we've talked about, what type of liquor? It's going to be individual bottles. It's going to be 40s or something like that. I don't know the term, but the 40s where you go out and you can get some pretty strong alcohol. And that's not what their purpose is. Their purpose, that he said yesterday, answering a lot of questions, was that he wanted to have beer to go when people are going to the games. That they're not staying up late, that they have purchased businesses and have turned them around. So I wish the city had a process where we could do a temporary, to let people, try it and see what they do, or, grant it with a condition of we'll see where it's at. This is separate from the issue that's going to come up in number 56 or at the end of the night about what we should do citywide. But I think we always have to do things on a measured way, a balanced way. We have to measure and decide. We have to hold people responsible, and then we don't have to punish if it's not our responsibility. So the neighborhood made it totally clear, and I'm just reporting as their alder, that I would say the majority people are not in strong opposition of anything, of beer being sold. Half of them thought it was already being sold. But they're in strong opposition of taking on chaos, drugs, prostitution, trash. And I do feel the impact for the gentleman from Rockies. I did go down to his business. It'll probably have some impact. How much, I don't know, because he's a full liquor store. So I think that it's something that we have to look at long term. I don't have the answer, but we did have a public meeting, and for both controversies, we re-noticed, and believe me, the second time that we did this, I picked out the streets with the Common Council office, so I know that the notices got sent, and we posted it. So we have to engage in the community, and we have to be concerned about community, and yet, at the same time, and I don't even drink beer, so I'm going to say this, they tried prohibition, and I don't think it worked.
Thank you, Alder Knox.
Yeah, I have two questions. One is are there any conditions on the previous owner's license, and what those conditions might be that for staff? And I'm just curious about that. And has there been any recent kind of complaints or issues related to this new owner's business?
So
There has not previously been an alcohol license at this location.
No, I'm just saying beyond the alcohol, but are there complaints about his business?
So for question for the applicant, do you currently own and run this business?
We do not.
Okay, they don't. Okay, so my earlier question, does staff have any information on the previous conditions that was at this location?
So previously, as Jim said, there was no alcohol license, so they were never under
there was no
our
alcohol.
purview before.
Oh, it's basically a new alcohol license. Okay,
Yes, so
thank you.
this is a new alcohol license for that location in that spot.
Okay, so got it. Thank you.
Alder Brewers.
I should just give clarification because I think this is very confusing to people. How this came about is Refuel, and I don't know if they were all under Refuel fuel, but they had purchased a block of gas stations, and they owned some others in the area, and we did check them out. They have turned the corner on them, so I think that's the confusion. One, people think it's the same owner. It's not. Two, I think this is the only one, and Mr. Singh will correct me if I'm wrong, because we have drilled it down pretty hard, this is the only one in their block that they purchased that did not have a beer license.
Alder Madison.
Thank you, Chair. The applicant mentioned doing things differently. So I did want to just ask if he could clarify what would be different from the previous owner, because since it's a new liquor license, they don't necessarily, the business doesn't have the experience with the liquor license. So I'm just curious. I have a couple questions, but that's the first one. What will be different?
Yeah, first of all, we have 20 plus experience in this industry, so we know what we are doing. Like as we mentioned, we have other gas stations in the city. We have turned things around, cleaning the place up and maintaining it, making it look good, better customer service, once you get a beer license or a liquor license, you are under an obligation to train your staff, to make them up to the code. Like, okay, if you're not compliant, they cannot get, as like everybody's coming to get the liquor license, like bartender license and whatnot. Currently, none of the employees have the bartender license. They do not go through any kind of a training or whatnot, So if we get the beer license, everybody will be trained accordingly. So we'll have a quality staff, first of all, then cleaning up the building. So most of the issues the neighbor have right now is the cleanliness, trash around the area and whatnot, So that problem is not related to the beer license or anything else. But regardless of that, we're gonna clean up the property, make it look nice, make it look beautiful, make it look presentable. Since there's only few gas stations on the right side of the East Washington Highway, when you go from exit to the Capitol, there's only 3 gas stations in the whole stretch, so we'll be one of it, So it's easy in and out. So it'll be easy for the travelers and the people traveling to the community for the games and going to the UW-Madison.
Okay. And then are you waiting to see whether or not you're granted a liquor license to deal with some of the cleanup issues, or that's already been addressed? Like the notice from building inspection, for example.
The property is still under the existing ownership, so we cannot go in there and make any changes.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Thank you.
Alder Knox.
No, my hand is up inadvertently. Sorry. Didn't take it down.
Ms. Carter.
Thank you. Whose district is this location in? Can
Wait.
someone explain that to me first?
Alder Latimer
I'm
Burris.
getting confused.
Alder Latimer Burris.
Oh, thank you. So it seems to me, and I think this is your second time in front of us, if I'm correct, that we've asked you to get to talk to the neighborhood, the alder. I think we asked you if you communicated with the police captain, and correct me if I'm wrong, as of today, you have done all of that, correct?
Yes, first meeting, the license was approved. Last meeting, it was recommended to go and meet the neighbors, which we did last time. So this is the 3rd time we are here.
Okay. And since you've owned other locations, you think that you can, well, at least you feel that you can clean up the surrounding, not necessarily talking about your liquor license, but clean up the reputation that the location has currently,
Yes.
correct?
Yes, previous ownership had a very bad reputation overall, so that was one of the reasons they are exiting the community and exiting the businesses overall, So that's how we saw the opportunity, and we are coming in, and we want to take advantage of the opportunity and build a good business.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. I have a question for the captain. Is she still here with us?
She is.
Wonderful. Have you had time to look at the calls of service for this location under the current owner?
No.
And if not,
No.
No, I have not. This would be Captain Gary's area of the city. What he has passed on to me. I can try to look up the calls for service for the previous location with the location with the current owner. His recommendation is, his concern is about the saturation of the area with the with all of the places in the area that have already have alcohol license and are selling alcohol, with some of the issues with overdoses, drinking in the street, all of those kind of things. So he is not necessarily opposed not to the license, but would ask for be in support of some restrictions, one of which would not be allowing the restriction to have the restriction to not have like singles sold, would be one of the things he's looking for. But those are what his concerns are, and I can try to find the calls for service just on this address.
Initially, the license was approved with restrictions, so we're not selling any single serve or anything less than 12 or 16 ounces. So we will be selling 6-packs and above,
Okay. So that is what he.
And just the beer only. So
That's what he
it's not going to impact any liquor store, or because they already do the single serve and whatnot. So it's not going to add any more customers. So it's going to just help the existing customer, so they don't have to make additional trips to another places, which is going to, in fact, help with the traffic issues because it's a busy highway.
Well, Captain, you don't have to look for the calls of service. I was just wondering if you had looked for it. So,
Yeah, I mean, I can see for that specific address, the 2702 East Washington Avenue. When I look at incidents that we have been called there recently, like for dispatch, there really hasn't been a lot of calls. So I'm just not sure, this isn't my district, if there's some things that are like obviously proactive when police are driving by or patrolling. We have had a few check property calls in the past 6 months to that address. Those kind of things, but nothing that really is sticking out to me on first glance here.
okay, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
And again, the previous ownership used to have an office up there at some point, and again, they have bad reputation. I don't want to speak for themselves or whatnot, so it's totally different issues and all that, so.
So I can only have you answer if you weren't asked a question.
Okay.
So I think we've more or less moved on to the discussion point. So I think if, I'm going to have you take a seat. If we have any questions, we will ask you to come back up.
Okay, understood. Thanks.
So before I bring up anyone else, Jim, can you read to us what we approved last month that went to the council for the license? Just to refresh that in everyone's mind.
Yeah, so it's actually, are you asking when we granted what it was?
Right, when we granted last month, what did we grant on the license and what
Yeah.
restrictions?
It was actually re-referred last month. It was granted in April.
Okay.
And it was granted with conditions. The conditions were, number one, the establishment shall not sell, dispense, or give away fermented malt beverage in the original container in amounts less than the amount contained in a six-pack of 12-ounce bottles or cans. This is only applicable to fermented malt beverages, which fall in the following categories of brands: domestic premium, domestic sub-premium, which includes value and economy brands, malt liquor, and other similarly situated imported brands. 2, flavored malt beverages containing up to 6% alcohol by volume may not be sold, dispensed, or given away in the original container in amounts less than a 4-pack of 12-ounce bottles or cans. Flavored malt beverages containing over 6% alcohol by volume may not be sold, dispensed, or given away in the original container in amounts less than a 6-pack of 12-ounce bottles or cans. Number 3, the establishment shall not sell, dispense, or give away flavored fortified wines in the original container with an alcohol content of more than 12.5% alcohol by volume, where spirits may have been added to the wine that have not been produced with the same fruit as the wine for consumption off the licensed premises. This prohibition shall not apply to any other wine product as defined by Wisconsin State Statute 125.02, Parent 22. And last condition, number 4, Class A liquor license limited to sale of wine, period.
Thank you. Alder Miazzi.
Yes, I was just having a question about security cameras outside the establishment. I know that I was really applauding the fact that they came with talking about the integrity of cleaning up the place. I was just wondering about security cameras, if they were going to have them and if they have had them at their previously places of establishment.
Yes, we will upgrade the security cameras. As a matter of fact, we have another business in that down the road. We are helping the police. There was an accident that happened on the intersection, and because of our good quality cameras, we are able to help police and figure out what really happened there.
Okay, thank you.
So before I have him sit down, anyone else in the queue, do you have any questions for the applicant? Alder Vidar.
I see. Yep.
Vidiver, sorry.
Vidiver, thanks.
Vidiver, yes.
Vidiver, thanks. Yes, my question for the applicant is, you haven't purchased the entity yet. So my question is will you purchase it if you are unable to get a license?
They're still up in the air, so we have to, there's a lot of moving parts to the transition, So that's one of the contingencies that the purchase is gonna go through if we get the license.
Okay, so it's unknown at this time, is what
It's
you're saying.
unknown. It's a package deal, so it's a 16 gas station package deal.
Okay, thank you.
Alder Burris.
To some questions that you covered yesterday in the public hearing with the neighbors, including neighbors that had deep concerns. So security, what will be your security protocol? What are you planning for security? What have you done at your other businesses to make things more secure?
So we have a cloud-based security camera system that's available at the property and as well as available at our office. So somebody is always monitoring that when the business is open.
And then with the business hours you had talked about, what were your business hours? When will you be selling, if you got this, when would you be selling beer?
So we will be selling it until 9 o'clock and we plan on opening the business from 6 to 9. So we don't want to open it late and get into trouble. We don't want to deal with the dirty folks and whatnot, like the late night troublemakers,
And then also, you explained another business that you guys took over that is not a gas station wanting to sell beer. Can you tell us about that, that's down the road?
So we have existing business, it's an auto shop with the convenience store. So that's down the road, Severson is in that neighborhood, like maybe a mile or a couple of miles down the block. So it used to have similar kind of issues and whatnot, but we are able to turn it around, So we really have a good reputation there and a very consistent base of customer, So same people, they come over to the business every day and they're happy and we don't really have any complaints.
And what about the business that you just opened up on the corner of Melvin Court and East Washington?
So actually there was a four-season car wash. It was a self-service car wash. So we purchased a lot and after a year of a construction, we opened it back up. It's a brand new car wash. It's an automatic car wash, tunnel-based car wash. So that's on that intersection actually a couple of weeks ago, some accident happened and police had no way to figure it out, like what happened, how it happened, It was a high-speed accident, So since we had the cameras and the security over there, we are able to help the police with the video footage and everything. So they're requesting us to, come in at one night. They want to figure out like how fast the car was traveling and whatnot. So we offer them, we can give them the key and let them in and they can do their protocol or whatever they need to do,
And with that business, you had, and you don't have to give us exact figure, but it looks like you totally revamped that entire business as far as the exterior and, cleaning up activity that was going on in that business?
Yes, so the car wash also had a bad reputation because it was an older building, self-serve people used to come and nobody was monitoring it, so we invested a lot of money in the car wash. Car wash is an expensive business and especially, ground up, making it anew, so we invested a lot of money.
And then last but not least, yesterday you were asked why you feel that having a license to sell beer, 6-packs, is relevant to your business here, to your gas stations.
So it is relevant in, first of all, it's going to increase the overall sales. If somebody's coming in to purchase the gas, they see that we offer beer, they're going to purchase the beer. So it's going to increase the dollar amount on the ticket, Second is like people don't have to make a separate trip. They don't have to come purchase gas here and go somewhere else to buy the beer, And like, as I told you, it's a busy road, so they don't have to make 2 stops, which is going to help with the traffic and all that, And plus, we're focusing on the travelers, so the people who are coming in. We want them to just come in at the gas station, get everything what they want, and just travel down the road. Madison gets a lot of travelers throughout the year because of the games and being a state capital. And we being so close to the capital, I mean, we wanna put a good name to the Madison overall. We don't want to have clean up the property and make it to the city standard.
If I'm allowed. The other thing is, one of the comments that we heard last night and throughout is that, generally the neighborhood avoids that, your potential business. What other kind of feedback did you get? What I'm trying to get at is, for me, I skip over that place right now. But what were people saying once you talked to them about what your intentions were? Did you hear what people were saying about the issues there? And then what are you hopeful for?
So couple of things there. So the place is not very welcoming and it's not very clean. So our intention is to make it, presentable, welcoming place, so people want to come in there, and offer more offerings, clean up the property, make it presentable. That's one goal. And the second goal is to have a proper trained staff. So we have a good customer service. So people who are coming in there, we want them to have a good experience. I think that will turn that property around. At one point, it was a really good property. I mean, as far as the sales number go and whatnot, we feel like it's been run down right now. So that's where we see the value, we can come in, clean up and, add value to it again.
Thank you. Alder Madison and then Mr. Burshak.
Thank you, Chair. I did, when this came up, as I do for other districts in the city, I'll ask about police calls, especially for anything on the east side of the square. And so I did get the record of police calls, at least for the last couple of years leading up to April 11th from Captain Marshall. And I did send that to the licensing email. But just to give you a quick overview, there are a good number of calls for burglary, CARES, theft, check person, problem solving, assisting a citizen, some civil disputes, EMS, trespassing, and armed robbery. So I'm not sure if the email will be forwarded to the rest of the committee, but there is a history of calls just in case others had not had a chance. And I'm not sure if the business owner has been able to review the calls with MPD at all.
Thank you. Mr. Burshak?
Are we, what stage of this hearing are we in right now? Are we in Q&A or can I make a motion?
You can make a motion, because I think from what I'm hearing is that it was referred back to us because they wanted more public comment from the council meeting. But I'm not feeling, let's make a motion and see where we go with that. We've had a lot of discussion around this and it seems like it's fulfilling the council's, making them feel better about their approval, not anything that we're gonna change. But we'll see where that goes.
I believe that we approved this already. It was sent back so the applicant could discuss with the neighborhood, with the police, and with the alder. That's definitely happened. So I'm going to move that we approve this with the same conditions that we approved 2 meetings ago, which Jim has.
Second.
I'll second that motion.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have a motion to approve what we approved last time, and we have a second by Carter and Knox.
Motion by Carter, second by Knox.
Motion by Burshak, 2 seconds at the same time. You get to pick who it is. On that point, now that we have a motion on the floor, I will open it back up for discussion of any points on that. Do any committee members have any discussion points? Alder Knox.
Yeah, I think as the motion says, it came back from the council to get more public input. We've received that public input, and I'm satisfied that we can move forward based on that input.
Thank you. Alder Vidavar.
It's Vitiver. Thanks. So just to point out that one of the reasons for the placement of this item on the agenda was actually after the overall discussion about alcohol density, and that was, I believe, purposeful, so that we could actually have a more general discussion about density before talking about a particular site that will add to already close density in the area. It is across the street from the library and Public Health Madison Clinic. These are things that we expect this committee to consider, and that we as council members need to consider as we think about the health and well-being of our citizenry. So these are things that, we certainly will discuss in more depth and breadth as we get to item 55. But just to recognize that we have not had the opportunity to have that more global discussion about density and this body's role in trying to control that density in our city. Thanks.
Thank you. Attorney McReynolds, can we consider in our legal responsibility as the ALRC an ordinance that has not been passed yet?
No, but the general themes of the point of the ordinance is something that is under this committee's purview anyway. So with or without the ordinance, this committee can consider things like density when approving or when recommending approval or not of various licenses. Does that answer your question, Chair?
Yes. Mr. Donnelly.
Thank you, Chair. I want to remind the committee of something that I think we all know, but it's good to hear again now and then. If somebody doesn't have an alcohol license yet, they don't have any right to a license. A license is a privilege that we as a committee can grant. Once we grant a license, the license holder does have a property right to it. Therefore, while it's easy for us to grant a license, it is very hard to take one away. We have had a not insignificant amount of discussion in the last several months about saturation and density and the problems that can come along with it, to the extent that we requested that the Common Council look into legislation because we didn't want to have to make a one-off judgment call. That doesn't mean we can't make one-off judgment calls. So my recommendation would be that we table this and do what, not refer, table, and do what Alder Vitiver was saying about first having the discussion about the proposed new ordinance and then allowing that discussion to inform our decision on this item.
Alder Madison.
Thank you, Chair. I believe the attorney answered my question. I just wanted to be sure that this body did consider the density, and I had sent an email earlier in the day with the number of liquor stores in the area, both with Class A and Class B licenses, and the proximity, which is under or at a half mile from an elementary school and the public library. So I just wanted to be sure that this body had that information as it was making this decision tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Alder Knox.
Yeah, I think we heard from the attorney just saying that we could consider things like density. I would be reluctant to table this, given the fact that even if we discussed the other item and supported it, it still has to go to council for approval. So in any case, at this point, I think we have all the tools to make our decision regarding this particular person's request, which is not the first time it's been here either.
Thank you, Alder Knox. Alder Burris.
Yeah, so and one of the things I wanted to say is there's another one that's coming up on Commercial Avenue, and so what I was going to do is ask that you know, even if the changing of the ordinance, the citywide ordinance was passed, to give consideration to the applicants that had gotten their application in before, because we don't want to crush businesses by just switching midstream. When this came about, I went and looked up the ordinance and got some advice, some legal advice on the ordinance, and that ordinance has, as far as the distance, has not been enforced, I think, since like 47 or 45. It's been a very long time. That is not to say that we do not have to consider density and who it impacts, and there are some that are just going to put it on the backs of BIPOC people. It's really about all people. That's one thing I do find very annoying, but that's an aside. I think that we have to look at our processes and go through them and consider the impact, you know, on people, on neighborhoods, but also small business and, you know, the right to people so that they can enjoy their lives. And I'm coming from the perspective of having a brother that was an alcoholic and a drug addict. And I think whatever liquor store, near or far, that the liquor store wouldn't address the issue. Not to say that alcohol is irrelevant, because it is. So I just don't want to get small businesses on lockdown while we try to figure out as a city, you know, what our values are going to be. And everybody has different values. Some people, you know, they feel like they have a right to enjoy their lives and they don't need to have it regulated to this degree. So that's why we measure and decide, and we don't just platform off of what we think. It's what the neighborhood thinks. And the neighborhood has said, you know, generally, let's give them a try. If it doesn't work out, they said last night, then they'll be up in another year, and we will strongly oppose any regranting of their license. That was clear.
Mr. Donnelly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As always, the ALRC absolutely listens to the neighbors, to the applicant, to other registrants, but it is also ultimately our decision. We have regularly had cases where neighbors came in and said, this is really terrible, we can't have this thing here, and we've said, we think it could work, but we'll put some restrictions on it. And we've had cases where nobody seemed worried about something at all, but we saw potential problems and did our best to head them off at the pass. The purpose of this body has nothing to do with commerce or free enterprise or small businesses. Our job is to look out for the health, safety, and welfare of the community and to serve that mission to the best of our ability. The thing that is going to drive my vote on this is a site that already has problems without even having any alcohol sales there. That's pretty telling to me. So, Madam Chair, please do a roll call vote for this one.
Noted. Thank you. Alder Knox.
No more comments.
You.
I have no comments.
Attorney. I'm not even going to try. Jennifer, thank you.
It's Zillaby.
Sorry. I know.
It's Zillaby. I just want to emphasize what Mr. Donnelly just said. That is 100% what the charge of the ALRC is, to determine whether or not a license should be granted, considering the health, safety, and welfare of the community. Whether or not it's good for a particular business person is not a relevant consideration. Again, what Mr. Donnelly said is 100% on point for what the ALRC's charge is.
Thank you. Ms. Carter?
Thank you. I think we need to vote on this. I think that talking from experience, I've had trouble locations. I've had new businesses come in. In fact, the same business that the previous business was the trouble location, and the new business is not, and has really listened to the community, listened to their immediate neighbors, and has done quite well. Yes, we do have an obligation, but I'm going to tell you that this, if we continue down this road, this obligation is only going to center on certain segments of our city. And the very people who are talking about it today will be the very people that come back and say, look what you did is over here, you're targeting. So I am saying that we need to use our common sense on what we do on a daily basis. We have rejected, we have taken away license, we've done it all. And we're not getting credit for doing that. So I'm calling for the question.
Thank you. Jim, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Sure. Excellent. Sure. Let me just bring it up real quick. Hold on a second. Oh, I lost my spot.
Could you restate the issue on the table, please?
Yeah. Oops. Hold on.
So I'll have Jim read it. It's approval of the license as we approved it back in April that went to the city council with all of the same restrictions.
Yeah, the motion before us is a recommended council to grant with conditions. The condition, excuse me, condition 1, the establishment shall not sell, dispense, or give away fermented malt beverages in the original container in the amount less than the amount contained in a 6-pack of 12-ounce bottles or cans. This is only applicable to fermented malt beverages, which fall into the following categories of brands: domestic premium, domestic sub-premium, which include value and economy brands, malt liquor, and similarly situated imported brands. Number 2, flavored malt beverages containing up to 6% alcohol by volume may not be sold, dispensed, or given away in the original container in amounts less than a 4-pack of 12-ounce bottles or cans. Flavored malt beverages containing over 6% alcohol by volume may not be sold, dispensed, or given away in the original containers in amounts less than a 6-pack of 12-ounce bottles or cans. 3, the establishment shall not sell, dispense, or give away flavored fortified wines in the original container with an alcohol content of more than 12.5% alcohol by volume, where spirits have been added to the wine that have not been produced from the same fruit as the wine for consumption off the licensed premises. This prohibition shall not apply to any other wine product as defined by Wisconsin State Statute 125.02, para 22. And 4, Class A liquor license limited to only sales of wine. And we will commence the roll call vote. Alder Revere?
Aye.
Alder Revere, aye. Mr. Bruchuk?
Aye.
Mr. Bruchuk, aye. Ms. Farley?
Aye.
Ms. Farley, aye. Mr. Donnelly?
No.
Mr. Donnelly, no. Alder Knox?
Aye.
Alder Knox, aye. Alder Miadzi?
Aye.
Alder Miadzi, aye. Alder Carter?
Aye.
Alder Carter, aye. Chair, the vote is 6 ayes, 1 no.
This item is once again approved by the ALRC. Thank you very much. Next up, item 57, public hearing for new license. Saraham Retails 3 LLC doing business as the Regent Street Mini Mart at 1401 Regent Street. Do we have any registrants for this item?
Yeah, Niraj Kaushal is registered in support and wishing to speak and in Zoom.
Yes, good evening. My name is Neeraj Kaushal. My wife was planning to be on the call also. Apparently her flight got delayed. So I'll be talking about this license. So basically we are requesting to approve a Class B combination license for our business at 1401 Regent Street. So we have been running this business at Regent Street for almost 9 months now, and we have demonstrated to be a responsible business owners. We have staff who's fully trained to make sure proper procedures are followed when selling alcohol and tobacco products. We have hot food. We have collaborated with the local restaurants and added a sitting inside and outside of the building. To add to that, we have installed additional cameras to cover the front and the side of the area. We had the opportunity to talk with the Captain Friedman as well. We discussed the plan. He is okay with this as well. We also had a neighborhood meeting on May 20th to discuss the outdoor sitting. Apparently there were some concerns about sitting on the side. So we changed some plans in the sitting area. So we're making a sitting on the front of the building. We're not anticipating to have large number of customers. There will be no music, and the outdoor sitting will be closed at 9. We will have proper signage posted everywhere. Again, we're not doing anything different than other businesses in that area who are granted similar license. So we are seeking your approval for that.
So you did discuss with the neighborhood, the alder, and the police captain?
Yes, yep.
That's all I had, thanks.
Alder Miazzi.
Just wanted to say, what kind of feedback did you get back from the neighborhood?
So like I said, there were some concern about the sitting on the side of the building. So we changed that plan to be, on the front of the building. So I guess there was the email from Doug. So he had some comments there. So we are going to adhere to that and making the same changes to get the approval.
All right, thank you.
Are there any other questions for the applicant this evening? Alder Verveer.
Thank you, Chair. Just a very basic question, sir, and that is, I thought I heard you use the word that you were applying for a combination?
Yes.
Class B alcohol license?
Correct.
That is not what is before us this evening.
I have an email confirmation for amended alcohol license application that was sent to my wife on May 20th by Thomas Lunt, changing the Class B beer to Class B combination license, stating application is changed and changes made to Estella as well.
The agenda is incorrect. It should have said Class B combination. It was noticed in the paper as a Class B combination.
Chair, could we please call on our legal counsel to advise if hearing this application this evening is lawful under the state open meetings law?
Yes, we will.
Thank you.
McReynolds, can you answer Alder Vermeer's question?
Thank you, Chair. Honestly, I'm not 100% sure. And so, the abundance of caution, I would be more comfortable that you recommend that you refer this to the next meeting, since it was only in the agenda as Class B beer.
So one question I have on that, I know we had this discussion last month. It's all kind of coming together again on these, where we had a similar situation. What is our official record of notification for these? Is it the paper, what goes out in the paper, or is it our posted agenda?
Well, it has to be accurate in the paper for sure. If it's not accurate in the paper, then we definitely would need to refer. But it was noticed incorrectly on the agenda. So I think you should refer it. After this meeting, I can do some follow-up and make sure of an answer for when this happens again, or if this happens again.
Thank you. Alder Miazzi.
Yeah, I wanted to apologize to the register that, but I do think that we should refer it so that we can get things right.
If that's a motion, I second it.
It's a motion, sorry.
Any other discussion from the committee on this?
Is there any way I can request this to be get approved? Because, we have a confirmation email coming from the city clerk that the changes were made to the application, and we already got referred, from the last meeting to this meeting.
Legally, I don't believe that we can because of open meeting laws in the state of Wisconsin, and with having our attorney recommend referral. It is an uncomfortable spot to be in. So let us have a discussion just amongst the committee. We now have an ordinance, a motion on the floor, so we'll move into discussion to talk about this. If we have any questions for you, we will ask. Mr. Donnelly, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I have a question for Mr. Verbeek, if that's all right. So this question isn't about whether we can do something legally. I am confident the answer to that is yes. It is whether it is procedurally feasible for your office. Could we move forward tonight granting the Class B beer license, which is nobody doubts is properly noticed, and then next month take up the Class B alcohol or changing it to a Class B combo?
I don't see why not.
And that is what I would recommend, because that at least lets the applicant sell beer, if not alcohol, for the next month.
So Alder Miazzi, it is your motion on the table. Would you like to amend your motion or withdraw it?
Oh, in light of the register, and actually, applicant is here for this almost the second time, so I'd like to amend it.
So you would be amending the motion to approve it as a Class B beer license at this meeting?
Yes.
And Ms. Carter, you are the second on that. Is that friendly to you?
Second the amendment.
Thank you. So now we have a new motion on the floor, and that is approving the Class B only license. Ms. Farley?
Yes. I think given that it sounds like this was an issue with the possible issue with the clerk's office, do we also have an option of providing a special meeting between now and our next monthly meeting to help accommodate the applicant and maintain compliance with open meeting law?
I'm going to let you answer that.
I mean, that's up to the committee if the committee wishes to. I mean, there's nothing, I have no say whether the committee wants to hold a special meeting and meet to consider just this one item. I will say the next council meeting after the one next week is the 16th, the day before our next meeting. So we'd either have to have a meeting next week, which probably won't happen given the holiday. We would probably have to shoot for something the week of the 8th. I can certainly send a doodle poll around to see if the committee is interested in meeting any of those days of the week.
Would that get that on the next council's, when is the next council? I know I asked this before, but I don't remember.
It's the 16th. If we meet, I mean, the agenda is usually, the items are usually due on the 10th, but if we have a plan to meet, we can always have the item on the agenda and the council will understand that there'll be a recommendation coming after the agenda. It might be printed, but before their meeting.
Alder Revere?
Thank you, Chair. If it's in order, I'd like to ask the applicant an additional question, please.
Yes, you can.
Thank you. I presume he's still with us.
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you. I don't know if you've been following the discussion of the committee the last minute or so.
Yes, I've been listening.
Is it your preference that we consider granting you the Class B beer license only tonight? As
Yes,
opposed to
because-
coming back for the combination license at our next meeting in any event?
Well, I think the license that we currently have does expire end of this month, so it will be good to have a license, so we are continue with our business, and like Jim said, if the committee approves it, we can put it in the next whenever you have a next meeting. I'll really appreciate that.
So you did not file for a renewal of your existing Class A licenses?
I'll have to check with my wife if we had or not.
You believe that you may no longer be selling alcohol in a few days when the new licensing year begins on July 1?
Like I said, I will have to check with my wife and see what application was filed.
It was renewed, yeah.
It was renewed, okay.
So you don't have to worry about that. You will still be able to sell the licensed products after July 1st for consumption off your premise. Were you planning to try to install this seating as soon as possible, or are you more interested in the upcoming Badger football schedule?
As soon as possible, because we had been planning this for a while. That's why we wanted to get this go through the last review meeting. That did not happen, so I was hoping it will get approved this today, so we can move forward with the outdoor seating.
Well, speaking of the Badger home football games at Camp Randall Stadium, do you plan to allow for on-site consumption on football Saturdays?
I think that was one of the conditions that Doug had in his email. not to have the beer sale during the Badger games. No on-site alcohol consumption on Badger home football games.
So to confirm, is it your testimony that you have no opposition, no objection to the various conditions that were proposed by the president of the Vilas Neighborhood Association in his individual capacity?
Yeah, we want to make sure, we are responsible business owners and do care the sentiments and, for the neighborhoods, people. So
if I could just review those then here quickly so that you understand what each of them are and that you have no objection to them. Maximum seating capacity of 25 persons. That would be
because the
indoor
front-
and outdoor.
Yeah, because on front we can only have more, 6 tables.
The outdoor seating would be in front of the building, not on the side of your building.
That is accurate.
Areas with open alcohol be visible from the front counter or another acceptable monitoring plan.
Yeah, I have 2 different cameras installed in the front, covering both angles.
Alcohol sales would cease at 9 p.m. or by 9 p.m.
Yep.
7 days a week. You have no objection to that?
No objection there.
And you already covered the football Saturdays.
Yep.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Jim, do we have a motion right now?
We do.
Okay.
It was amended by Alder Miadzi and Ms. Carter.
To approve.
Yep, it's a motion to grant with conditions, and I can read the conditions again. Condition 1, the establishment shall not sell, dispense, or give away fermentable beverages in the original container. Wait, I'm sorry, this is...
Their motion is
This is the last
to
one.
do the Class B only,
Yeah,
not the combo.
I'm sorry, it's just a granting, it's not with conditions. That's from the last item.
So.
Mr. Baruchak.
Yep, Mr. Baruchak. Yep.
Yeah, I just, it's interesting and that the applicant agrees to all these conditions. I'm glad he was able to work together with his neighbors so effectively. If they're able to maintain this agreement privately, does this committee need to recommend the conditions and formalize it? Wouldn't it be easier for both parties to amend their agreement without having to come back to us? So I guess I would suppose I would support the motion as is, instead of adding any conditions in case anyone was thinking about that.
Alder Revere.
Thank you. I have a question of our legal counsel, please. Thank you. Attorney McReynolds. So we heard the testimony that the Common Council has renewed the existing Class A beer, Class A liquor licenses at this location. If the Class B beer license is then granted by the Common Council at some point in the future, perhaps near future, can you just confirm for us what happens legally to those renewed Class A beer and Class A liquor licenses?
I don't know. I'm gonna dial a friend and see if Jen happens to know. But I think this will just be on my list to research after this meeting.
Can you ask that question again? So is the renewal for the current applicant?
Yes, right. Mr. Verbeck, did you want to confirm?
Yep. Yeah, so they have a Class A and they want to shift operations to a Class B.
Well, they have a correct me if I'm wrong, Jim. We renewed a Class A beer and a Class A liquor license, limited to wine only.
Class A beer and Class A liquor, yeah.
Class A beer, Class A liquor, limited to wine only, with other conditions. If we then grant the Class B beer, Attorney Zillavy, I presume that supersedes the Class A beer with the Class A liquor. I guess what I'm asking is under Chapter 125, can an establishment have both a Class B beer and a Class A liquor license?
It cannot. It cannot. So the expectation would be they would surrender the Class A licenses. I mean, you can't have an A and a B at an establishment, so I would expect they would surrender the Class A upon issuance of the Class B.
Thank you. I'll yield. I believe Mr. Donnelly has a follow-up question for you, it sounds like.
Thank you. So that's exactly what I was thinking, Assistant City Attorney Zillavy. Now, if in that case they did not relinquish the Class A and did not attempt to pick up the Class B, if the Class A was unexpired, it would continue to be valid until such time that they relinquished it and picked up the Class B. True?
Correct.
So it would be within the license holder's control whether they wanted to have beer for on-site consumption or beer and liquor for off-site consumption, and when they would make the switch over.
Correct.
Thank you, Jen. Thank you, Chair.
But if we don't pass the combo, if they go for the if they pick up the Class B, then they can't sell liquor, period. So if they keep the Class A, then they can sell for off-site consumption beer and liquor, but not on-site.
Correct.
So we have a motion on the floor to approve the Class B only at this time. That has a second. Seeing no hands for discussion, do I have any objections to approval of this? Class B.
I object.
Okay.
Yes, I object. I respectfully believe that conditions are in order. So I don't know if the committee is interested in a motion to add conditions, or otherwise I'll simply vote no, and wouldn't be surprised if we see this item again in our future, not only because of the notification, the publication issue, but I believe the alder of the district will likely ask that the council send this back to us, frankly, if we just leave it as is. As I still continue to the floor, Chair, I think we have a disconnect with the fact that there are existing conditions on the licenses we renewed, and those would conceivably go by the wayside, and we're ignoring that issue with this motion. And then I further strongly support the conditions that have been agreed to by the applicant, that were suggested by the president of the neighborhood association, and would suggest that those be added as well. So I guess I'll leave it at that as food for thought, and perhaps the makers of the motion might wish to amend their agenda. If not, I would be willing to do so.
Alderman Miotti.
Or I could just vote no on the motion and leave it at that. Thank you.
Alderman, yes. There.
He did email me and say he had to step away for a moment.
Okay.
About 10 minutes ago, he said he'd be back about 10 minutes, so.
And he's missed most of this discussion then. Alder Revere?
I'll offer an amended motion, Chair, to grant the Class B beer license with the following conditions. First, that the sale of fermented malt beverage products may occur in containers no larger than 24 ounces. Let me rephrase that. The problem is we amended their license at a previous meeting, so I'm looking at the legislative history. Actually, Mr. Verbeek, why don't you, it would be easier if you could recite for us the existing conditions on the Class A beer and liquor license for the committee?
Sure.
Rather than me piecing together the legislative history.
The existing conditions are, number one, sales of alcohol shall be limited to beer, wine, and cider. Number two, there shall be no sale of single bottles or cans of beer or cider no larger than 24 ounces. And three, there shall be no sales of kegs.
Thank you. So my motion would be to continue conditions number 2 and 3. Condition 1 wouldn't be appropriate, given it's a Class B beer only application before us. And then to further add the conditions that have been agreed to on the record in the applicant's testimony of maximum seating capacity of 25 persons total, indoors and outdoors. 2, outdoor seating is only permitted in the front of the building. 3, areas with alcohol, where alcohol will be consumed will be visible from the front, will be visible at all times by employees. Further, that alcohol sales shall cease no later than 9 p.m. daily. And lastly, that no on-site alcohol consumption shall be permitted on Badger football home game days.
I second.
So we have a second from Mr. Donnelly. Oh, so we have a second from Mr. Donnelly. So do we now, and I don't remember, do we vote on replacing the motion?
So what we've got now is a motion to amend. So we have a motion to amend. So what we're voting on now is to change the motion, the main motion before us.
Okay. So our first vote will be a vote to amend the motion that was previously on here. Are there any objections to amending the motion? Seeing none. The new motion is before us. That is the approval of the Class B liquor license for beer with the conditions previously read off. Is there any objections to approving that motion? Seeing none, that motion is approved. Thank you.
And Jim, just to clarify, doing so would allow the applicant to have their application reviewed by the Common Council 2 weeks early, right? Or that's the advantage of the doodle poll. I just want to make sure I understand.
Yeah, it would be it'd actually be 3 weeks early. So If we consider it the week of the 8th, it would go before the council meeting on the 16th. Otherwise, if we consider at the July 17th meeting, it will go before the August 6th meeting.
Thank you.
So that would get them at the council meeting that they would have gotten to today.
No, the council meeting we've gone to today is next week, Tuesday.
Oh, okay. Alder Revere, did you have?
Thank you, Chair. Just on the question, Mr. Verbic, of whether or not we hold a special meeting of this committee, could you articulate from your perspective what the error was in your office? Because if you look at what is available in the legislative file, the applicant applied for a Class B beer license. That's the only box checked. Can you point out where in the legislative file then there was a request to amend the application and what the date of that was? And is the email from Thomas Lund in the legislative file that was referenced by the applicant? Because I haven't heard enough, just speaking for myself, that I think it warrants a special meeting. But if you could explain to us why that might not be correct,
Yeah,
that would be helpful.
Yeah, so they did initially submit an application that was just for beer only. And then they submitted a follow-up application for a Class B combination.
Do you see it in Register where you could direct us to, please? I don't.
Yeah, I'm not seeing it in Legistar.
Do you have a physical copy with you have your basket with you with the physical application? I just think it would be a disservice to the applicant and stakeholders watching our meeting if there's whether or not they're wondering if there will be a special meeting or not. It might be
Yeah, they did
wise
the
if,
application and all boxes are checked on this one.
and so that was before the application deadline then, clearly?
Yes.
Okay. Could you please, at your convenience, scan that and have it included in this legislative file? And you do also then have the email from Thomas Lund confirming that was received and would be the case, I presume?
You said that one's not in Legistar already?
No, I don't see anything from Thomas in Legistar. It sounds like perhaps it was just an email directly to the applicant.
Okay.
I guess it doesn't matter. I just wanted confirmation from you, Jim, that
Yeah, I do.
that from your perspective, you do think this warrants a special meeting, that your office did make an error?
It did. We did make an error. Yeah, I see the email on May 20th to the applicant that confirmed that we did have the amended application. And it was updated in our licensing system. However, it was not updated in Legistar.
And the publication was correct, you said, just not the agenda as well?
Yes, the publication was correct.
All right, very good. Thank you for the clarification.
Yep.
Jim, thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Okay, so moving along to item 60, public hearing for new license for Black Sky Investments LLC, doing business as Wine and Design at 167 South Fair Oaks Avenue. Jim, do we have any registrants for this item?
Let me check. Sorry, my registration went away and I gotta go back and okay. No.
Item 60.
No, I do not see any, did have email conversations with the applicant. The original person that was applying for it of this group had to step away, and they weren't sure whether or not they were going to make the meeting, but they didn't give me any confirmation one way or the other.
Mr. Donnelly.
Move to refer item 60 to the next regularly scheduled ALRC meeting.
Second by Mr. Bruchak. Any discussion? Seeing none. Any objection? Seeing none, this item is referred to the next ALRC meeting. Up next, item 61, public hearing for new license for the Grill Barbecue BBQ LLC, doing business as Apex Grill at 422 State Street. Do we have any registrants for this item? We have someone here, which is good.
Yeah, we don't have registration, so after this, go take a, use the QR code at the table and then register for the event. You don't have to do that right now. You can
Do it
this
after.
part and then do it after fact.
Yep. Thank you for being here. If you can introduce yourself and let us know what your plan is for your business and what you would like the alcohol license for.
So my name is David Chen. My name is David Chen. I'm the co-founder of the store, the restaurant. Sorry. We're basically selling Korean barbecues, all-you-can-eat styles, and we do have a lot of customers complaining how we don't sell alcohols because they will love the atmosphere of having alcohols as well during when they're eating, when having experience during the dine-ins. And due to us wanting to have our customers to have better experience, and so we're basically applying for the alcohol license.
Okay, thank you. Committee, do we have any questions for the applicant? Let me see. Mr. Bruchak.
Hi. So how long have you worked in this business, food and beverage?
I'm sorry?
How long have you been in this industry?
So this is my first restaurant that I opened myself with my family, but I've been working out of state for a couple years now, which always involved with open bars or alcohols as well.
You have some experience selling
Yes.
alcohol, checking IDs?
Yes.
Things like that? Okay. Thank you. No further questions.
And did you meet with the elder of the district or talk to the elder of the district for this item?
I'm sorry?
Did you have any conversations or meet with the alder of the district?
Alders. I do believe so, but technically, most of the time, I'm not the one who's in charge of this. My sister, my partner, is the one who's mainly in charge of this situation. I was told to come in last minute because she has some family emergencies, so she had to go.
Mr. Donnelly.
Thank you, Chair. What is your formal role in the corporation that owns this business?
So I'm one of the manager, basically, and I'm in charge of the back of the kitchen as well.
Are you if this license is granted, will you be the official, according to the city, alcohol agent?
I'm currently not the local agent.
So next question is, are you an officer of the corporation?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
For the committee's education, we need someone who is either the agent or the alcohol agent or an officer of the corporation so that they can officially answer questions on behalf of the organization. That is not a question for you. Thank you.
Committee, are there any other questions for the applicant? Seeing none, any discussion or questions for staff? Captain, have you had any conversations with, as the district, has they had any conversations and do you have any feedback?
Yes, I talked with Sunny. Is your sister?
Yes.
Okay, I talked with Sunny. She had called to invite me to their open meeting. I couldn't make that meeting, but I did talk with her then one-on-one. I don't have any concerns. It's my understanding that there is no bar type area in this establishment. This is strictly serving alcoholic beverages with a meal by a server who would be carding at a table. The alcohol would be not kept in the common area. I have no concerns.
Thank you. Mr. Bruchak.
Move approval.
Second.
Second. By Alder Verveer. Any discussion? Alder Verveer.
Thank you. I suggest that we add the simple condition that the establishment shall meet the definition of a restaurant by Madison General Ordinance 38.02 at all times.
Okay, so that is considered friendly by the grantor and the seconder.
And if I could just take a moment to let the applicant know, don't take any of this personally, anything in the State Street area that's coming before us, we add that condition by routine to legally remind you that you have represented yourself to be a bona fide restaurant, that you won't morph into a bar at night, perhaps, or a nightclub or anything like that. Don't take it personally. It's not that we don't think that you're going to be a restaurant at all times, but so that's what that means. Just explain that to you, and you can mention it to your sister.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, and good luck.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Mr. Donnelly.
Thank you, Chair. Are we done with the part of?
You can go have a seat. Thank you. We're in discussion. We got a motion.
Cool. I know it used to be the case, is it still the case, Mr. Verbeek, that the majority of restaurants in this immediate vicinity have conditions regarding when they must cease the sale of alcohol?
I don't know.
Alder Verveer, do you know? I would hate
say that we've gotten away from that.
Okay.
Yeah, unless the Central Police District recommends otherwise, I don't think that recently we've done that, unless someone can remind me of an establishment that is not coming to mind. I'll also mention that a routine condition in this area has been no entry or re-entry after 1:30 a.m. on Friday and Saturday nights, but the Central District Community Policing team in the past, as I recall, did not suggest that was needed in the 400 block of State Street or closer to the Capitol Square. But that's another one we could add, although the application certainly represents that they don't plan to be open that late. But that's one that I considered suggesting as well, was that perhaps, but since they're a bona fide restaurant by all representations, I don't know that that's necessary either, so I didn't include that.
So in line with what Alder Verveer was saying, I don't have specific concerns about this business. My concern is the potential future case where there is a more borderline establishment where we do put that condition on and they say, but what about this other place? However, what's the right way to put this? I trust both Alder Verveer's memory and his judgment. And if someone, having heard my concern, has their own concerns that they would like to attempt to address, go for it. Please do not feel the need to do so on my behalf.
Chair, if I might, in the interest of sharing a little history here, I do note that Mr. Donnelly, as always, his memory is very sharp. And so the last licensed premise at this location I see was Dragon Eye. And when we granted that license, when this committee and the council granted that license, way back 10 years ago, over 10 years ago now in 2014, and I believe our friend Captain Jason Friedman might have been the commander then. Captain Friedman, those of us that were on the committee back then, almost routinely suggested that we add a condition like that. So there is the condition for Dragon Eye was, one, the definition of a restaurant, but two, that the establishment shall cease serving alcohol at midnight. So that was a condition on the restaurant that closed many years ago that was at this location. Again, that was our action back in 2014.
As part of the discussion, that's always been, especially now with the growth of the Overture Entertainment District and downtown coming back for restaurants, I've always objected to that condition and advocated removing it. Dubai was an example of that because as an Overture showgoer, going out for food is a great thing, and lots of people make decisions if they can have another drink or not after the show. And we hamstring restaurants from that. Any other discussion on this? So we have a motion and we have a second. Any objections to approval? Seeing none, item 61 is approved. Thank you. And now I know there's a Korean barbecue place down on State Street. I'm gonna have to go check it out. After the shows. Got Moulin Rouge next month. Item 62, public hearing for a new license for Paramount Fine Foods doing business as Wisco Home Goods, 4664 Cottage Grove Road. Do we have any registrants for this item?
Yeah, there's a Don Backman-Aurid, and he is registered in support and available to answer questions.
I see we just have a Don in Zoom. I want to see.
Let's see.
Hi, Don. Can you introduce yourself to us?
Yeah. Hi. Sorry. Configuration in Zoom didn't allow me to put the full name in. But anyway, I am with Wisco Home Goods. I'm one of the owners. We are a small candle shop. We're applying for a Class C wine liquor license so that we can offer candle workshops and offer a glass of wine with those workshops. So workshops start at about 6 p.m. They're generally over by 7:30. A really long one goes till 8 o'clock. We would be able to serve one, maybe two glasses of wine. We plan to sell a bottle to the table and allow them to enjoy the bottle of wine while they're making their candles. But that is the extent of our current plan for offering wine sales, would be only during those classes, which are held 2 nights a week and occasional Saturdays.
To remind the committee, the state changed the requirements for a Class C wine license that there are none to as far as the type of establishment that you are. It used to be you had to be a restaurant.
Oh, okay. So this is one of those new licenses with what the state allows us to do.
Yeah, I mean, it was always a thing, but now it's not just restaurants. Anyone can apply for it.
Okay. Mr. Burshak?
I move approval.
Second.
Second by Oliver Veer. Any discussion? Seeing none, any objections to approval? Seeing none, item 62 is approved. Thank you. Thank you, Don. Have a good night.
Thank you.
Item 63, public hearing, new license, LHP Madison 2 LLC, doing business as the Fairfield Inn and Suites at 722 John Nolan Drive. Do we have any registrants for this?
There's a Christopher Steele is registered support, available to answer questions. And looks like Christopher is in Zoom. Oh, I'm sorry, Shield, not Steele.
Christopher, if you could tell us what the plan is at the Fairfield Inn and Suites for the Class B and Class C wine.
Sure, thank you very much. What we're looking to do is to offer the guests in the newly opened Fairfield Inn, and as of June 17th, there's just a handful of wine selections and then a few different types of beers that they might be able to enjoy when they're staying with us.
Are you guys a net new hotel or are you a rebrand?
Yeah, rebranded. We're right next to the Sheraton. It used to be Hotel Monona.
And did that, Jim, did that location previously have a liquor license at all?
Let me look that up. Yeah, it was Lang Hotel Association, and they did not have any conditions on the license.
Okay, thank you. Committee, are there any questions for the applicant?
And that was a Class B combo. This application is a Class B or Class C wine license.
Ms. Carter.
Yeah. Chris, did you meet with the alder of the district?
I did reach out to the elder of the district, but I did not hear back. We did hear back from the neighborhood association, or the Capital Neighborhood Association gentlemen.
Okay, Capital View Neighborhood Association.
Yeah.
Okay. And this was, what was the former name of the hotel?
When we had taken it over, it was Hotel Monona. It was a Comfort Inn, I believe, prior to the purchase, when the previous person had their license.
Okay. And do you have a restaurant in that hotel?
No, we do not. We just have it'd probably be six or eight bottles of wine that would be available, and then just a handful of different types of beer. But there's a place for breakfast, but there's no restaurant on site.
Like in the lobby area? No?
Yeah, the restaurant, the breakfast would be in the off. Yeah, the wine and beer would be kept right next to the front desk in coolers.
Okay.
In the display area, about 6 feet from the front desk.
But to be enjoyed in the lobby area or in the rooms, am I right on that? And the breakfast area is a separate area, correct?
You're incorrect on both accounts.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Alder Knox.
Yeah, did you speak to the police department?
I emailed Captain Zander, but I did not hear back from the gentleman.
Yeah, I haven't met with you, nor have the captain met. I probably would recommend you doing that before approval. I don't know. Did you get any message back from the captain? When did you try to contact him? Because I know he's on vacation right now.
Oh, I contacted him back right at the time we applied for this. It was in May.
Okay, well, how did you
everyone at the same via email.
Okay, so you emailed me and you emailed the captain.
Yeah, and Mr. Tuskovsky, I apologize if I mispronounced his name, and then also back to the deputy clerk too. He was, as the requirement stated, and we had our open house this past Monday.
Yeah, it should have been the South District police that you should have contacted.
Yeah, I believe that's correct.
All right.
Captain Zanders.
Yes. Yeah, that's unusual because usually if you get one or the other, we'll call each other and try to set up a time to meet with you. So I guess that's what I would probably prefer because I know the police department wants to talk to you about, you know, how to safely serve alcohol and those kind of things, for sure. Thanks.
You're welcome.
Are there any other questions for the applicant? Mr. Bruchak.
Move approval.
Second. So we have a motion on the floor to approve with a second. Now it's time for discussion. Ms. Carter. Sherry, I think you're muted. Although I don't see your camera on.
Goodness. Oh my, and then my camera. Oh. Okay, I'm a hot mess tonight. I would like to see them meet with the captain and the alder before the next meeting.
Alder
The
Knox.
next council, I think the council meeting's the 2nd, isn't it, Jim?
Yes, that's correct.
They should be able to meet with the alder and the captain before the council meeting.
Alder Knox.
Yeah, I would be reluctant to approve this without a meeting with the captain and myself so that we can make sure all of the necessary safety things about selling alcohol be approved, discussed.
Okay, so currently we have a motion on the floor and a second for approval. So Alder Knox, are you wanting to move an amended motion for
Yes, I could
this?
do that. Sure. Amended motion to refer until such meetings with the captain and myself are conducted.
So yeah. So the option would be the amended motion to refer this to the next meeting of the ALRC next month, or to vote on the motion before us. So for Alder Knox, for an amended motion to refer this to the next meeting of the ALRC, do we have a second for that?
Second.
We have a second. So the vote right now would be to move the amended motion in place, to take up the amended motion and throw away the old motion. Alder Revere.
Thank you, Chair. If it's in order, I'd like to ask my colleague, Alder Knox, a direct question.
Yes. I'll let you.
Thank you. Out of respect for you, especially as the alder of the district here, Alder Knox, are you comfortable if we grant this tonight? However, with the assumption that you and Captain Zanders have a telephone conversation with the applicant between now and next Tuesday night's council meeting?
I can't guarantee that because number one, the captain, I'm thinking he may be getting back. I don't know if he just got back this Tuesday or next Tuesday. So I really would rather have it referred until we had that conversation.
Okay, I appreciate that because I was just going to suggest one option is to grant this tonight as a recommendation. And if you and or Harrison haven't had a chance to have the conversation with the applicant by Tuesday night's council meeting, it always is, of course, your absolute prerogative to motion at the council meeting to refer this back to the committee at that time. And I would be happy to support you on that one. I know it just seems to me that it's pretty straightforward application with that is just a change in the ownership of the hotel, but in fact, it's less of a
Yeah, but
application because spirits are no longer included.
yeah, but I know there were a lot of issues with a previous one about how they would go about selling it. Where would the people drink the items? You know, you have, so we really want to go over those things pretty clearly. I mean, I just don't know. I'm available, but I just don't know when Sanders is available.
Okay, so let us vote on the motion before us, which is the amended motion. The motion to amend. So we're making a lot of sausage tonight, and we get to have the really confusing Robert's rules tonight. So I know we haven't even got there yet. So the motion, what we're voting on right now is if we take up the amended motion. Okay. Let us do a roll call vote on that. Okay, sorry. Ms. Carter.
Thank you. Well, before Alder Knox had his amended motion, I had an amendment motion. And somehow it got lost.
What was your amended motion?
For them to connect before Tuesday's meeting, Common Council meeting, and if they were not able to connect, they could refer back to us.
Was that
And
before?
then Mike said the same thing almost. So I just wanted you to know that I did say it had an amended motion, but
it was not clear that that wasn't a suggestion that you were doing an amended motion.
I tell you what, I'm willing
That's
to.
okay. Go.
I'm willing to withdraw my amended motion.
Don't
if you
stop
want.
the train for me.
Well,
That's all I'm
yeah,
saying.
I'm just saying I'm willing to do that. And maybe I'll try to make that connection. If we don't, then I could deal with it at the council meeting. So whatever. So I withdraw my amended motion. Is that in order?
Yes. So back now, since that motion has been withdrawn, we are back to the original motion, which was with a second of an approval of the applicant as it is, the application as it is. Is there any discussion left on that or any changes? Alder Knox, your hand is still up. I don't know if you want to say anything else.
Just to say, I'll try to make an attempt to do that before Tuesday. If not, then so be it.
And Ms. Carter. Okay, all hands are down. The motion before us is an approval of this new license. Are there any objections to the approval of the new license? Seeing none, item 63 is approved.
I object. It still passes, but I object.
You want me to record? Do you want me to record you as a no vote? Is that what you mean by object?
Yep.
Okay.
Okay. That one is gone. Moving on to item 64. Public hearing, new license, Mart Atwood Incorporated, doing business as Atwood Mart at 2801 Atwood Avenue for a Class A beer, Class A liquor, Class A cider. Jim, do we have any registrants for this item?
Yeah, we have one registrant, Navjot Radhi, is in support, available to answer questions. And are they here? Yep. Come on.
Okay, so if you could come forward and introduce yourself and give us some information about what you're planning to do at this new business.
Hi, good evening, everyone. My name is Navjot Rathi. I am the owner 2801 Atwood Avenue, Madison, Wisconsin. And I coming over here request to get a license, the same license as the previous owner. Thank you.
Okay. Committee, are there any questions for the applicant? Ms. Carter, do you have questions for the applicant? Oh.
Not at this time.
Okay, thank you. Committee, are there any questions for the applicant? Alder Revere.
Thank you, Chair. Hello, welcome. I'm over here. Thanks for your patience and everyone still left on the agenda for being with us this very long evening. Could you first just share with us, do you own any other establishments in the community? Do you own other convenience stores currently? Do you have any other alcohol licenses?
That's my first gas station, and I working with before selling beer and wine in the another store too, and I have experienced that.
Sorry, did you say you do own another?
No, that's my first.
Store, or
that's my first.
You've worked in other stores.
That's my first gas station. I working to another gas station to sell beer and wine.
Okay, so this will be your first establishment that you own yourself.
Yep, yes, sir.
Okay, very good. Congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
Do you plan any changes in the operation of the BP gas station there? Am I correct? It's a BP currently?
Yeah, right now it's BP. Yeah. Yep, right now it's BP.
You plan any changes?
No, we don't have any.
No operational changes at all?
Everything we want the same. Everything.
Okay. Are you familiar with the current conditions on the alcohol license there?
Yes, I know about the conditions.
Do you remember what they are?
Yeah, we are selling over there beer, wine, and ciders, and no single can.
So just no single cans?
Just no single can, no hard liquor. And the timing is 8 a.m. to 9 p.m. And the not selling to underage, that is 21.
Do you have any problem with continuing those conditions that are on the existing alcohol license?
No, we are good with that. We are happy.
Good with that?
Yeah, we're happy with that.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Yep, no problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions for the applicant? Mr. Donnelly.
Not a question, just a corroboration of something the applicant said. If anyone was thinking that doesn't sound right for the conditions, he is correct. Those actually are the conditions. They're not standardized with the other ones that we have.
So we have an opportunity to standardize the conditions for this applicant. So do we have any other questions for the applicant? And Mr. Donnelly, I assume you are working on something. Do you have a motion, or Alder Revere?
Well, thank you. I wasn't seeking recognition, Chair, to make a motion. I just was seeking confirmation from either Mr. Verbeek or Mr. Donnelly as if they could confirm what the existing conditions are, because I do see for some reason it's not showing up in the clerk license function, that there's an active license there. But in the legislative history, there were some other conditions that weren't articulated by the applicant involving coolers and floor space. Is that your understanding of what the current conditions are, gentlemen?
Yeah, the last conditions that were, I don't see an active license there anymore. But the conditions that were on the last license there is 1, no sale of single cans or single bottles of beer or fermented malt beverages. 2, no more than 4 coolers will be used for alcohol sales. 3, no space on the floor will be used for alcohol sales. And 4, Class A liquor license is restricted to the sale of cider and wine only.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I'll yield to Mr. Donnelly.
Jim, when was the last time this location had a liquor license?
It looks like it just was surrendered in May of this year.
Okay. Mr. Donnelly.
So Alder Veer was correct. So the last set of conditions were 1, no sale of single cans or single bottles of beer or fermented malt beverages. 2, no more than 4 coolers will be used for alcohol sales. 3, no space on the floor will be used for alcohol sales. And 4, Class A liquor license is restricted to the sale of cider and wine only. So would a motion be in order at this time?
From what I can see, yes. I have no one else in the queue.
Excellent. I will move to grant with the following conditions, which I will email to the clerk. Number 1, the establishment shall not sell, dispense, or give away fermented malt beverages in the original container in amounts less than the amount contained in a 6-pack of 12-ounce bottles or cans. This is only applicable to fermented malt beverages, which fall into the following categories of brands: domestic premium, domestic sub-premium, which includes value and economy brands, malt liquor, and similarly situated imported brands. 2, the establishment shall not sell, dispense, or give away flavored fortified wines in the original container with an alcohol content of more than 12.5% alcohol by volume, where spirits have been added to the wine that have not been produced from the same fruit as the wine for consumption off the licensed premises. This prohibition shall not apply to any other wine product as defined by Wisconsin State Statute, Section 125.02, Sub 22. And number 3, sales of alcohol shall be limited to beer, wine, cider, and fermented malt beverages only.
And do you accept those conditions?
Yeah, we do.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so what, and okay, yes. So I need a second. Second by Alder Revere. So now, is there any discussion from the committee? You can have a seat while we have the discussion.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Seeing no one in the queue for a discussion, any objections on approval of this new license with the new revised conditions that we've been using for everyone for a while? Seeing none, item 64 is approved. Thank you. Next up, item 65, a new license for Gray Area Hospitality LLC doing business as Gray Market at 756 East Washington Avenue for a Class B combo liquor and beer. Jim, do we have any registrants for this? I see.
We do, yeah. David Schremek is here. Yeah. And in support, available to answer questions.
Okay. If you guys could introduce yourself, is one of you Matthew Phillips? Okay.
Phelps.
Phelps.
Sorry. Yeah, like I said, my name is Matthew Phelps. This is my business partner, David Ceramic. Our plan for the Gray Market or 756 East Wash is for a tavern. Part of that plan is to take a small storage area in the back and convert it into a cold kitchen, so we're able to offer food. We'll most likely put an emphasis on our oyster program, wine program, and a moderate cocktail program as well. Hours of operation to begin with will likely be Tuesday through Saturday, with Tuesday through Thursday hours 2 to 10 and Friday and Saturday 2 to midnight. Some of my past relevant experience is for the last 8 years, I was a food and beverage director and executive chef for Big Top Sports and Entertainment, which operated Breeze Stevens Field and the Madison Mallards. Before that, for about 8 years, as while I was executive sous chef at Gray's for Tori Miller. And Dave, anything to add to that?
I'm a minority owner in this business. I also minority owner in Gooseberry on the Square in the U.S. Glass Bank building. I've had a beer and wine license there for I think 8-ish years with no issues at this time. And now I'm the food and beverage director at Breeze, and so I'll be just down the street from both businesses.
And you guys are in the Constellation building?
Yes.
Correct. Okay. Are there any questions for the applicants?
I just want to note, the background checks for both of the gentlemen before us were flagged, and I believe the captain has information on that.
They both for Mr. Ceramic, and this was all disclosed on their application. There was an ordinance conviction for OWI first in 2008. There was an OWI conviction, a misdemeanor conviction in 2011 for OWI second offense, and in 2013, a misdemeanor conviction for OWI third offense. There has been nothing since. For Mr. Phelps, there was, this was also disclosed on the application. There was an OWI first offense in 2007 in California. I don't know if that was a forfeiture or not. The backgrounder could not find that information from California because of it. It's also very old, 2007. And then an OWI second offense in 2014. That was a misdemeanor conviction out of Waukesha County, and nothing since.
Thank you. Any other questions for the applicant? Attorney McReynolds.
Thank you, Chair. You mentioned that you plan on being a tavern, and I think that's reflected in almost all of your application except for restaurant is checked instead of tavern. Can you just confirm for the ALRC that you will be a tavern, and if so, can that be corrected on the application?
Yes, it'll be a tavern. I believe our split is 65-35. So I guess that would qualify as a tavern.
Thank you.
Mr. Bruchak.
Hi, thanks for coming. So you don't plan on serving food from, see, you'll be open Tuesday through Thursday, 3 to 11.
2 to 10. 2 to 10.
Okay, it says 3 to 11
I
here.
think when we did that original application after talking, I believe it was
Yeah.
Officer Ethan, he had recommended us toning those hours down a little bit.
Mhm.
That's why we have adjusted later. We did meet with him almost immediately in the space and had a number of good conversations. He has given support to sort of what we've talked about, and we've had a good initial conversation with him and the TLNA board.
Okay, so food will, and then below, it says enter below any hours where food service will not be available. You list 3 to 9. So am I to believe that there won't be any food from 3 to 9, but then from 9 to 10, there will be food available?
No, it's, it would be 2 to 9 with the adjusted hours after we spoke with the captain.
2 to 9?
Yeah.
When food will be available?
Yes, correct.
Thank you. I'm just trying to understand the application form here. No further questions.
Seeing none, thank you very much. You guys can have a seat. Rudy, what would you like to do? So we have a motion from Alder Revere to grant the license with a second by Mr. Donnelly. Any discussion? Seeing none, any objections to approval? Seeing none, item 65 is approved. Thank you. Item 66 Steve's Liquor West, doing business as Steve's Liquor and More at 122 Junction Road. Jim, do we have registrants for this?
We do. Wayne Crocus is. Yeah, we do. Wayne Crocus is registered and in Zoom.
Okay. Hi, Wayne. Thanks for sticking with us tonight. If you could just give us a little bit of information of this, why it's a new license application, and what you're planning to do over at Steve's.
Wayne, you should be asked to unmute if you want to unmute first, and then we can hear you. If you're on a phone, you might need to do *6 if you're dialed in.
Let's see if, Wayne, if you can hear us, you might need to disconnect and come back in. We will move on to the next item and give you some time to figure out what's going on with your phone. Thank you. He heard me, so he left. So moving on to item 67, the public hearing for Madison Petroleum LLC doing business as Dion's at 2301 Commercial Avenue for a Class A beer. Do we have any registrants for this item?
I do not see any registrants for this item.
LRC meeting.
So we have a motion to refer. Can I get a second? Second by Alder Verveer. Any objections? Seeing none, item 67 is moved, referred. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I would just ask, excuse me, that, and I know you guys are working so hard, this has got to be one of the latest committees. This is way beyond Landmark Commission. Just to check that people have reached out with the alders and that we know what's going on. Because this is probably the fourth one that's come through. I can start naming them where it says, you agree to reach out to Alder, but it's not happening. And I'm trying to do my due diligence on it, and this one has not done that. I checked every email. I don't have their telephone number, so I can't run that. But, it's a concern because it's something that happened with Crown Liquor, with Refuel. I can go down the list, so maybe it's something also the committee could always ask the applicant, have you reached out to the alder? And I don't know how you confirm that. But I'd ask that that's done before they come back. Or rewrite an ordinance that says us alders have to sign off, or whatever it is that makes that happen, please.
Mr. Dudley. You're.
From before, sorry.
Jim, can you go through the process of what happens when a license, because I thought there was automatic notification that a new license has been applied for in a district. I could be wrong.
Yep. So there is automatic notification when you move it through the licensing software. There is an automated email that goes to the alder and the police district captain to say there is an application there. I will email both the captain and the alder that there is an application, and also sort of copy the body of the language from the legislative file to them and include the application and any supplemental materials like the floor plan and business plan. I think what the alder is talking about is just the discussion to occur between those, not so much to know that there's an application, but to begin that dialogue between the applicant and the alder and the police district captain.
I'm sorry, Chair, if I could just back into that. I guess it's unclear, and maybe I'm a new alder, so I don't understand. I hit this issue right at the top. It's talked with an alder that has been around for quite a long time, and said, what is our responsibility? So it seems like the onus is on the alder. I'm not saying I didn't see that a new application happened that comes through, but where they're checking off that they're going to reach out and they don't. As a matter of fact, if I could just say, with Crown Liquor, which withdrew now, they were under the understanding that, if they can't get the alder on the first try, they can just put up an orange sign and call it a day. And that's what I want to avoid, especially if we're going to be talking about alcohol density and you guys are going to be sitting here another couple of hours going through. I don't think it's that the city didn't say, hey, this application has come through. It's like the applicant is saying, yes, we'll do these things, and they don't. Not everybody, of course. So if it's just a matter of every single time one of those applications comes, I got to chase them around, then that needs to be stated.
I'll just state for clarification for the committee that when an application is submitted, what we provide to the applicant is the orange sign, which says when the dates are, who is it, what kind of license it is, if it's a new license, if it's a change of whatever. We give a business card that says what dates the public hearing meetings are, the ALRC and the Common Council, and then we provide our new alcohol application brochure. And then the clerk's office, fill in the information for the alder's name, the phone number for the alder. My name is already on there with my number and my email. We give the planning department's number for them to reach out to get the information for the neighbor association. And then we circle the appropriate MPD district and the captain's name and number for them to reach out. We tell folks that they need to reach out to these 4 individuals as part of their application.
Attorney McReynolds.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I just wanted to clarify for the alder and for the members of the committee that the onus is on the applicant to reach out. It's not on the alder to track people down. My opinion is that the first questions that should be asked of every applicant before the ALRC is, did you contact your alder and talk to the alder? Did you talk to the neighbors and have your info session? And did you talk to the police captain that you were supposed to? And if any of those are no, my recommendation is to refer it to the next meeting to save yourselves some time. Thank you.
Thank you. So in regarding item 67, I don't think we officially disposed of it. We had a referral and a motion, or we had a motion to refer and a second, and then we got into discussion. Are there any objections to referring this to the next meeting of the ALRC? See none, item 67 is referred. Wayne, it looks like he's back. Alder Knox, do you have a question before we go back to 66?
Yeah, just that, I agree with the referral, but hopefully those checkoffs that the legal person talked about, making sure they talk to the alder, making sure they talk to the police department, and making sure they properly notice the neighborhood happens. I think those are some things that should happen and don't always happen, obviously.
And as a committee, I think we're going to start working on asking those questions. Unfortunately, we can't ask those questions from us before the meeting. So that's when it's responsible that they've checked those boxes and done those things. But as the committee, we're starting to work on asking those questions first of all of our applicants, and all of us on the committee are responsible for asking those questions right away. So back to item 66. Wayne is here. Public hearing, New Horizons, Steve Liquors West, Steve's Liquor and More. 122 Junction Road. Wayne, if you can introduce yourself and explain to us why you're here for a new liquor license over there.
All right. Can you hear me this time?
We can.
Fantastic. Sorry about that. I promise you I didn't wait 4.5 hours to talk to you guys to stiff you there. So my apologies. So from the outside, for what we're looking to do with Steve's Liquor, most things would look exactly the same. It really comes down to a couple of advantages that switching from a Class A to a Class B would give us. One of them being competitive pricing. There is different pricing systems. And so there would be some products that would be available to us that would be very similar, if not the same product, but we'd be able to get them at some different pricing from our wholesalers. We would be able to expand some of the in-store experiences for our customers. As a small business, the biggest thing for us is to get folks in the door. And then once we have them in the door is to maximize their experience, to get the most out of the customer, to have them get the most out of their relationship with us, but then also to foster that long-term relationship as well. Class B license would also give us, there are some products that would be available that are available on premise that are not available as much on the retail side from an allocated standpoint. And then the last piece would be getting us in line with the operations at the Steve's on University Avenue as well, who has a Class B license presently. And so we would be in line with them, and so that we'd be able to coordinate things a little bit better and also just kind of have a little bit more consistency with the products we're offering.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions for the applicant? Alder Knox?
No questions.
Okay. Alder Revere?
Thank you, Chair. First, thanks for your patience being with us all these hours. Everything you said makes complete sense to me. The only question I had is on your application where we ask hours of operation, question number 23. Unless I'm misreading the handwriting here, am I reading correctly that you'd be closing prior to the state legal requirements in terms of timing? You do close at 8 o'clock currently?
So 2 comments. One, that is my handwriting, and so that is questionable. But number 2, yes, ever since the pandemic, during the pandemic, we shortened our hours to 10 to 6. And when we kind of opened back up a little bit, we realized that, especially on University Avenue on the west side as well, after 8 o'clock, there's just not a whole lot going on. And so it made most financial sense to not be open. And then also for the folks who we work with, when you say I'm closing tonight, but I'm done at 8 o'clock, makes for a little bit better work-life balance.
Interesting. Well, I appreciate that. I'm sorry that perhaps that was induced by the pandemic, it sounds like, but if it's works well for you, more power to you.
Yeah, we did get one complaint, the fact that we weren't following the Wisconsin state laws, but we've been very comfortable with it, and yeah, it's no regrets, to be honest with you.
Again, thanks for explaining that. I presume that, just out of curiosity, that's the same as your Sherwood Hills location?
Correct. Yep.
Yep. Thank you. Very good. Thank you, Chair.
Are there any other questions for the applicant? So is this considered a license downgrade or a license upgrade, Jim? Or is it just a flip-flop?
It's, I mean, probably more of an upgrade because with a Class B, you can sell for off-premise consumption as well as on-premise consumption. So I don't think there's any less sales they can do. They are still limited in the hours in which they can sell for off-premise consumption. It doesn't change at all. It just allows them to have situations in which they can sell for on-premise consumption. So probably an upgrade.
Okay. And do we see this a lot?
Like an establishment that sells liquor and
That-
mostly uses as a Class A?
Yeah.
I would say we have a few grocery stores that do something like that. I think Festival over in East Wash does something like that. I don't know if they actually use the on-premise consumption festival, but they certainly have the option if they wanted to do it.
I thought they did pre.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's been getting more common. Our previous council, 2 assistant city attorneys ago, Roger Allen, was concerned about how it was becoming more prevalent, thinking that maybe it could endanger our stock of Class B licenses. That doesn't appear to have come to fruition. And specifically with Festival, or for a lot of them, it's because they want to be able to do tasting events. In Festival's case, it's because they actually had a bar area which they shut down during the pandemic and haven't opened again. So I'm pretty confident they're not using that part of their license at all.
I think Festival may have reached out to me and asked about if they could do it. I don't think they are doing it still, but they've entertained the idea of doing it again. So they were wondering whether or not they should keep the Class B or not. So I think they might be maybe doing it. I don't know, but
They're leaving their options open.
yeah, options are open.
Okay, so, committee, what is your perspective on this license? What would you like to do with it? Mr. Bruchak? So we have move approval.
I'll second.
And second by Alder Verveer. Any discussion? Seeing none, any objections to approval? Seeing none, item 66 is approved. And we get to go to item 68. New license for Thrill Factory Entertainment LLC, doing business as Thrill Factory at 131 Easttown Way. Do we have a registrant for this Class B combo liquor and beer license?
Yeah, Guy Cachell is registered and support, available to answer questions, and seems
He's here. Woohoo! Guy, if you could introduce yourself, give us a lowdown about what you're going to be doing at the Thrill Factory. Hopefully it's thrilling, and we will take it from there.
Sure. Hi, everyone. My name is Guy Kitchell, lifelong Madison resident. I work on Stoughton Road and own a company called Thrill Builders, and we build attractions for places all around America. We're opening Thrill Factory over at Easttown next to Dick's Sporting Goods in the old Gordman's clothing. It's a 50,000 square foot space. We're going to have 10 amazing attractions for kids age 3 up to 103. Everything from escape rooms, laser tag, mini golf, arcade. Let's see, what else? Mini escape games, bowling, VIP bowling, all sorts of fun things to do. Plus, we're going to have a full-service restaurant that has 350 seats with a bar. And so that brings us here for the alcohol license. Based on our sales, alcohol really won't be a huge part. We estimate less than 10%. We estimate food to be about 20% of our total sales. And yeah, we're excited. We've been working on this a long time, putting $10 million into that mall. Easttown's important to me because I've lived here my whole life and I hate seeing it in the current state. I love that Westtown has bounced back with things like Dave & Buster's and Total Wine. And I see the same thing happening at Easttown now with all the small PUD spots around the mall that have put in new restaurants like Portillo's and things. So I think we're really on the right track. And then the other thing that I'm proud of is we're going to bring roughly 125 jobs. So,
Sweet.
questions?
I'm excited about this. I live on the other side of East Wash from you. So,
All right.
with a 10-year-old, so this is in our jam. Mr. Dudley.
This is cool. We, over the years, Alder Revere and I have bemoaned the lack of interesting new entertainment options. And so it's always exciting to see somebody doing something that isn't the same thing everybody else is doing. Will you be like trying out new attractions there that you plan to deploy elsewhere in the country?
Yes. So one of our big things we build are escape rooms. So we do own Escape in Time on the west side that we've had in Madison for like 8 or 9 years. So we do have 8 new escape rooms that no one has seen yet that we'll be putting in at Easttown, plus 3 mini escape games, which is like a high energy 10-minute experience. Those are new. We have a brand new laser tag. We also have a walk-through haunted shooting gallery, which we've been working on for 3 years. We have a line of people who want to see it, but we're putting it here in Madison first. We're taking it to the IAAPA Expo in Orlando. It's the attraction show. So that's probably our pinnacle of a new attraction that we're going to try out here in Madison. And hopefully it's a lot of fun. You get to go through with a phaser and all these animatronic monsters pop up like dragons and neat stuff.
It's really exciting. Cool. Well, I look forward to seeing what happens. Thank you.
Yeah.
Ms. Carter.
Thank you. Just give me an idea of where you are located within Easttown. Are you building a new building? Are you taking over an existing building?
So we're taking over the old Gordman's Clothing, which is between JCPenney's and Dick's. It does have an external door from the parking lot, and then it also has an entrance in the mall right next to Dick's.
Okay. And did you say that you were going to have, I assume that you will have food, but do you have a restaurant or is it just a eating area?
It's a full restaurant with a full menu, and we're excited. We're going to have amazing food. In fact, we're proud to say we have no freezers in our kitchen, so everything we serve will be fresh. It's not like it's a gourmet establishment or anything, but we like real food. We're not talking like reheated chicken strips. It'll be, if you order chicken strips, it's going to be hand-breaded real chicken that came in raw.
Well, that's impressive. Can't wait to come to your establishment then.
You guys are all invited.
Thank you.
Alder Revere.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to add my chorus of excitement. I probably should say I was thrilled to read about the Thrill Factory when we received our agendas last Friday. I have to admit this is so cool that I was surprised it hasn't been in the media yet. Did I miss any newspaper articles about this or anything? Or have there just not been any publicity and that's all still to come?
Well, we were featured on Shark Tank, so it was kind of cool. It was one of my lifelong dreams to get on Shark Tank. I've been watching it for.
What year did you appear?
Last October, right before Halloween. It was the Halloween show.
Oh, cool.
Yeah,
I'll have to look that up.
Yeah, and so we actually got three partners on Shark Tank, which is kind of cool. They're minority owners, but still kind of cool to having met them.
Would you share who they are?
Oh, sure.
From the TV
so
show?
Mr. Wonderful,
Sure.
Lori Grenier from Chicago, and then Jason Blum is a famous movie producer. He made like The Exorcist and Five Nights at Freddy's. He was their guest shark that night.
Okay.
So I was hoping for more from them, like maybe they'd call me every week, but that didn't happen. But it was still kind of cool, and we got some cash, so.
That's great. And so there was Madison publicity when you appeared last October, and I missed that.
Yeah, it was on TV and in the paper, but it's all right. I don't hold that against you.
Cool. Well, I did see your website here, which has amazing photos in it. Can I just ask? I'm sorry. I'm just happy for you, and it's you should shut up since it's 10:20 at night at this point. But are these photos all other places in the country that are on your website? But are there really good representations of what you hope to build over the coming months?
Are you on the Thrill Builders website or Thrill Factory?
Thrill Factory. Oh no, sorry, thrillfactoryentertainment.com.
Yeah, and a lot of those photos are things we've built for other clients.
Okay.
Like Dave & Buster's is one of our clients.
Okay. Makes sense. So this is definitely a fair representation, to be sure.
Yeah.
And then I think the only remaining question is, I know you say you'll be opening in the fall. Do you have more of a firm date than what you listed in your application? And
our goal is Halloween.
Oh, that's perfect. Well, very good. Best of luck.
Thank you.
I think you'll be a big success. Thank you for revitalizing the East Town area. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Alder Madison.
Oh, excuse me, it's late. Thank you, Chair. Well, it's good to see you again in person, or I guess from online, and you're in person, Guy. I do just want to ask quickly, I know when I came over to the business, Captain Marshall was still on vacation, but I added, I think, Lieutenant Kleinfeld to our thread. Have you had a chance, or has there been any discussion with connecting with the MPD directly since you and I met in person?
Yeah, I talked to Lieutenant Kleinfeld. We're still waiting for the boss to come out and take a look. But we also met with Bryce and Joe DePere at the mall and discussed security. And I was wrong when I said that they had security till 9 o'clock. It is 24 hours. I don't know if that's new, but they're definitely sticking with that. And we touched base with Porchlight. And we are there. One of them is, I'm sorry, I don't remember her name. One of them is coming out to take a look at it.
Yeah, Carla. It's likely Carla. I think I saw the thread. It's Carla, I think. So, but no, I appreciate your following up with all of the things we talked about. So I am in support of the business. I think it's a great opportunity for not only the mall, but the immediate area, because there are tons of families, especially in the Sandburg community, who could, safely with an adult walk over to that business. So thank you. And thank you for all the follow up too.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions for the applicant? Mr. Donnelly.
Move to grant.
A second for Mr. Burshak. You can go have a seat. Thank you. Any discussion on this? Seeing none, I think so. Any objections on approving this? Seeing none, item 68 is approved. Please do not tell my child before they are open. Thank you. Thanks. Yes, thank you. So the last thing before we go back to our tabled resolution is item 69. New license, Handy Spot 108 LLC, doing business as Handy Spot 108 LLC at 5551 East Park Boulevard for Class A beer. Jim, do we have any registrants for this item?
We do. Harvinder Singh. I don't know if Harvinder's here. I thought I saw it. Sorry. Yeah, Harvinder Singh is registered neither in support or opposition and not wishing to speak. I thought I saw him here earlier, but he's not here now. So, yeah.
He wouldn't be that 126 number that's in Zoom.
I don't know. we can always bring that person up and see who they are.
Yeah, let's just double check.
Okay, I'm asking to unmute whoever's phone number ends in 3005. If you could identify yourself so we know whether or not we're missing you for something else. You should be prompted to unmute. Probably have to hit *6 to unmute. Or not. While we're waiting on that, I do see a Susan Dorsey in Zoom who had registered for the Kelly Williamson Company change of agents. We did pass your, or change of officers. We did pass your items, so if you want to keep watching, feel free. But otherwise, we did grant your licenses, applications. Looks like the phone number person dropped out, so it's not that person.
Okay. Committee, what would you like to do with number 69?
Rural Petroleum, we referred it.
Okay, we referred that. Okay, so let's deal with this and then we'll come back to that. So item 69, Mr. Donnelly.
I move to refer item 69 to the next regularly scheduled meeting of the ALRC.
Thank you. And can I have a second? Second for Mr. Burshak. Any discussion? Alder Mayadzi?
No, I was gonna second it, but you didn't see my hand, but it's all right.
Okay. So we have referral. Seeing no discussion, any objections to referral? Seeing none, item 69 is referred to the next meeting of ALRC. It looks like now we have a registrant for item
40.
40, which we referred to the next meeting of the ALRC. Do I have a motion, or Alder Revere?
Yep. Thank you, Chair. Before we return perhaps to reconsidering our previous action on agenda item 40, I would like to take agenda item number 55 off the table and for purposes of a referral to our next meeting at the request of the main sponsor of that legislation, so that those that are tuning in could perhaps retire for the evening
Okay.
and not wait for us to get through agenda item 40. So again, my motion would be to take agenda item 55 up at this time.
Okay, second. Any objections? Seeing none. So we're taking item 55 up. And Alder Revere, do you have a motion?
Yes, thank you. I move that we refer agenda item 55 to our next regular meeting.
Second by Mr. Donnelly.
And if I could just explain.
Yep.
Thank you, Chair. So first, for those interested parties, our next regular meeting is the evening of Wednesday, July 17th. I hope it will not be anywhere near as long an agenda as this agenda. We do have an extra week of applications at tonight's meeting because of our delayed meeting due to the Juneteenth holiday. So that should help us out. In any event, I've been in communication with the main sponsor of the ordinance amendment, Alder Vitiver. She might still be in Zoom and she certainly could speak for herself, but it was her suggestion that we refer this to the next regular meeting given the late hour, and there she is. Thank you, colleague, for being with us all night long. I don't know if she wishes to say anything or not, Chair, but thank you.
Alder, go ahead.
Yeah, just given the late hour, it seemed that the committee would have more time to analyze the item and look at all of the motions that are all of the pieces that were put into Legistar, some just earlier today. And I might have opportunities to talk with folks one-on-one and not have them deciding things at this late hour. So appreciate the opportunity to refer.
Thank you. Mr. Rushak.
I'm just going to add that there's a very good chance that this comes up at around the same time at the next meeting, unless we specifically make it come up earlier, which of course would mean we're making registrants for and applicants for licenses wait longer. So either way, we're going to be here late, and so it'll be up to the. I encourage the chair to think about how to handle it for next time.
Mr. Donnelly.
I think that's a realistic concern. I think that Chair Westra is doing an excellent job as, first round doing this, and I bet it's going to get faster. Also, if it does turn out that we aren't able to get to this in a timely fashion, I would be all for scheduling a meeting just to talk about this. I think it deserves that level of attention, and that would let us take it up at an early hour without sacrificing applicants. What's that?
Without me.
Exactly.
And I was going to suggest that also. And when I saw this on the agenda for this week, I didn't get a chance to bring that up, but I would be, Jim, can we work on trying to get a special meeting of the ALRC scheduled to discuss item 55?
Yeah, do you have a timeline, just a ballpark of like sometime in July, like?
Let's do sometime in July after the holiday. Because if we refer this to the next meeting of the ALRC, we're still pushing it out. So as long as we can still get it on that next council agenda that we'll be planning on.
Would you want it to be part of the same meeting that we bring up the other license, the Shriram Retail 3, and then just go
No.
don't do a whole?
I
okay,
want this,
okay,
just this.
Okay.
Because I think if we give that opportunity at a decent hour, we will have a better discussion and we will have public comment and things like that. And I've got some people in the queue. Ms. Farley.
Okay. I agree that we should have a special meeting for this. I would also feel like it is important to get community feedback on this kind of change. I know with a lot of our new license proposals, our applicants are reaching out to their community members, and there's notification requirements and their posting requirements. And I feel like with this kind of change, a lot of members of the community might not be aware that this is something that is on our agenda. And so I'm curious what resources we have available to ensure that during our special meeting, we have the opportunity to hear public comment.
Thank you. Ms. Carter.
Yes, I was just going to say that it would be difficult. Obviously, we can't get it done before the next Common Council meeting, which is July 2nd. But I think we need to look at capacity, that it might be after July 16th. Not trying to predict it, but I think we have to look at capacity of all of our schedules. Thank you.
Alderman Mazzei.
I just wanted to kind of like piggyback what Commissioner Farley said. Given in light that, wanting more community engagement, might even seem feasible to send it to the, re-refer to the economic division in order for them to even have a comment on this convoluted issue.
Thank you. So right now, we have a motion from Alder Revere to refer this to the next meeting of the ALRC.
Yep.
And we have a second. That next meeting is not defined, so it can be a special meeting. Or do we need to define that?
Can it be a future meeting?
That's the will of the body.
Yes. So, yeah, can you repeat it? Oh, Collins.
Thank you, Chair.
That's why late night.
I happily amend my motion to move re-referral of agenda item 55 to a future meeting of the committee.
And we have a second for Mr. Bruchak. And President Cole.
Thank you. I wonder if I can address Alder Revere. With that motion, don't we have a rule in council that we need these dates? Because this is going to come back to council on a consent agenda with a referral dates, most likely. And we will probably be forced over there to give you a date. That's an ordinance, I think, that we have in place.
Yeah. You're in order to respond. Is there an ordinance?
Yeah, that's a question for me, Council
Yes.
President Figueroa
Yes,
Cole?
sir.
Oh, thank you. Well, yes, so this would theoretically automatically populate on whatever future council agenda the sponsors had designated as the return date for the council. I don't know if Deputy City Clerk has that date handy, or I could quickly find it in Legistar. But all it would mean is that would show up on that council agenda automatically, and it would be re-referred by the council, I presume, to whatever date the committee ends up meeting.
Well, that's what I mean. So it will probably be referred for whatever next meeting that be not a future meeting. And then will be in your agenda. You will have to continue to re-refer it. Because we in our side, we need dates, not future blank dates.
Yeah,
So I think what is going to happen I don't know if this is on the July 2nd agenda coming back, but at that time to re-refer it, we'll need a date to put in there on when to send it, and we can put it for the next meeting, and you guys can then figure out by then when you want to discuss it. You know what I mean? Which date you want to discuss it, you can determine that in your next meeting.
It is July 2nd that it goes back to council.
Right, so.
Yeah,
So
so
in council,
it would be,
anyone-
I'm sorry. I was just
So
going
you're in
to,
council, I'm sorry, go ahead.
apologies for speaking over you, President.
That's okay, go ahead.
Council President. Yeah, so I think your point is well taken, and it's all the more reason why we should all, with all due speed, respond to the doodle poll that the Deputy City Clerk has distributed to us tonight, and hopefully we have the date confirmed in time for Tuesday night's council meeting so that can be part of the motion at Tuesday night's council meeting to re-refer.
Let me make a
you.
fresh doodle poll for that one, outside of the one I did for the other thing, since you don't want to take them up at the same one. So I'll get that going right now before we before we adjourn.
Thank you.
Ms. Farley.
I was just going to clarify that if we referred it to the next regular meeting, the special meeting could happen before that, which is why we're saying that a future meeting. It's not about pushing it; it's about being able to do it sooner. But I also wanted to follow up on my earlier comment, Jim. I don't know if there's anything that we can do once we have that date set to communicate that to members of the community, or if you have any ideas.
I don't, because typically the notification we do at the clerk's office is we do notice in the newspaper for alcohol licenses, because that's a statutorial requirement of us We do send postcards, but it's just to neighbors within 300 feet of the appropriate establishment. Usually if there's any sort of other sort of notice, I know the council's office sometimes does postcards for neighborhood meetings for areas. But I don't know if we have the capacity to have a blanket postcarding of the city, and I don't know if that would be cost efficient to do, so.
Yeah, I also,
Every alder can put this out on their listserv.
Yeah.
and also I think that there has been a lot of media attention around this. So I think those who are tuned in, who are tuned in and will, if we have a special meeting, if they are concerned or not, they will show up for that, or they'll save it for the council when it finally goes for approval. That's where all the big public comment will be the finalization at the council meeting. Alder Madison.
Thank you, Chair. I was going, what Ms. Carter noted is what I was going to share, but I also wanted to just say I'm confident Alder Vitiver and I could write a copy to share with our fellow alders, or anybody, if we're missing anything or you want to ensure we include anything in our blog posts. You can always send that to us or send it to Larissa in our Common Council office, because she does put together a list of important items that we all can copy if we choose to send out to the rest of, the folks on our listserv. So either Alder Vitiver and I could write something up and share with our fellow alders. But more importantly, I think it's important for you all to see what we write if you want us to write something, and make sure that it hits the mark for how you want it to be relayed.
Okay, thank you. Alder Knox.
Yeah, obviously, I don't know why we're having this long after conversation. It'll get referred, go back to the council, we'll send it back, and it'll be done. So I'm thinking this conversation is a little redundant. So however people notice ordinances that come up, people watch what comes up at our last meeting and they'll respond to it if they're interested, so.
So Alder, are you calling the question?
I am calling the question.
Thank you. Any objections to referring this to the next meeting of the LRC? Please make sure you fill out the doodle poll so we can put a date in there right away. Seeing none, this item is referred. So now, item 40. Change of license conditions, Grow Petroleum. We referred this to the next meeting of the ALRC. The applicant was able to make it. Committee, what is your pleasure? Mr. Bruchak.
We reconsider our action on item 40 and take it up at this time.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Alder Verveer. Item 40, we have to vote on reconsideration, don't we? Okay, so we're going to vote on reconsideration of this. Are there any objections to reconsidering item 40? Mr. Donnelly?
I have a question before I know whether I object.
Okay.
Mr. Verbeek, did we have any other registrants for this item?
That's a good question. Let me look that up. We did not. And actually, I don't see any registrants. So I would encourage the applicant before us after this discussion to use the QR code at the table to register after the fact for this item.
No objections? Okay. Alder Knox? Your hand is up. Do you have an objection?
I do not.
Okay, seeing none, item 40 is before us. This is a change of license conditions for 3869 East Washington Avenue. They're requesting to change conditions to allow sale of single bottles or cans. If you could come up now, for Grual Petroleum, explain to us why you'd like the license, introduce yourself and explain to us why you would like to make these license changes.
Thank you very much. So the correction, the address is 3859. And there must be a typo.
So hold on one second so the address in the agenda is incorrect that we have listed. So you said it's 3859
Yeah, 3859.
versus 3869, which is
I think it's 59. Maybe.
listed on the agenda. Attorney McReynolds, do we have a problem proceeding with this? Yeah, sorry.
I would assume it probably would because it wasn't publicly noticed.
She is all. Yep. Jim, can you look to see what the license, everything's?
The application says 3859.
Okay, so the application says 3859. The agenda says this.
Able to hear me now?
Yep.
Okay, great. So the standard is whether or not a reasonable person would know that this is being discussed tonight. Let me just double check something. So the only mistake is that it's 59, it's 69 instead of 59?
Correct.
Okay, let me just 1 second here. I think it's fine. If you like Google it, it basically pinpoints you to the same place. So if you were concerned about that block or even like the tiny area in the middle of that block, you would have been noticed that this was on the agenda.
Okay, perfect. Just wanted that clarification with everything else that we've had tonight. I didn't want to get started down a thing and then find out we shouldn't have been talking about it at all. So we'll go back. If you can introduce yourselves, tell us what you're doing over there and why you want the license condition change.
Thank you very much. Yeah, so we started to open up this, it was shut down store. We reopened it a year ago. We've got, I was here early February sometimes. We wanted, the feedback I got from the committee was that we need a year's worth of data before making a decision if it's okay to allow this. So hence I was reapplied after a year. June 1st, last year is when we took over the facility. So we're requesting, as other businesses in the area are able to sell single bottles, other convenience stores. We like to be in the same category.
And just for the record, can you introduce yourself?
Oh, my apologies. My first name is Gurpreet, last name is Singh, S-I-N-G-H.
Just want to make sure that you're the license holder, all of that fun stuff. Committee, do we have any questions for the applicant? I see Alder Field in the queue.
Hello.
Yes, hello. Thank you, everybody. I was wondering, sir, if you would mind, did you receive either of the emails that I, as the alder of the district, had sent to you a number of weeks ago when you initially gave notice, or last week when I was notified that this was going to be on the agenda, asking about police calls for service and proactive steps your business takes to reduce the likelihood of disturbances or other issues that come up?
No, we have not seen any issues. Hence, we have to have anything reported on anything regarding our business or anything else.
Okay, and thank you. Aside from issues themselves, have you seen the emails from myself with the neighborhood association copied, asking questions about that?
I have not. No, I'm sorry.
Okay, no more questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Are there any other questions for the applicant? Alder Mayadzi.
I guess this is for Mr. Alder Fields. Just trying to see what the association and what he thought.
Let's come back to that. I think there's going to be some discussion around that. Do you have a question for the applicant?
Not right now.
Okay. So we'll come back to questions for Alder Field. Alder Knox, do you have a question for the applicant?
I do. I just want to know if the applicant has talked to the neighbors around and got feedback in terms of how they feel about his request for single bottles or cans.
Yeah, we posted the orange sign and we put a date and time and notified the list of the card that was given to us when we reapplied for the enhanced
And did you get it?
license. But
Did you get
nobody
any
showed up.
responses? Did you get any responses from anyone?
No, we had 8 o'clock set up for the meeting a week after, and nobody showed up at the store, 3859 East Washington.
Okay, are you aware if there's a neighborhood association rep around or someone that's connected to the neighborhood?
Yes, sir. We notified the list that was provided. So if, that was given to us by when we applied for the license. So that phone numbers and emails were sent out.
But you've got no response from any of the neighbors about what you want to do?
No, sir. I have not seen anybody stop or any at the site to ask any questions.
Okay, thanks.
Alder Revere.
Thank you, Chair. Welcome back. So just to clarify your request, are you requesting that we delete condition number 1 on your license and just delete it completely? Or are you suggesting and requesting that we replace language in question number 1 so that instead of the 6-pack requirement, et cetera, that you'd simply not be permitted to sell singles? I can't tell from your application, what you wrote on your application, where you say, well, I'll let you speak for yourself. I won't repeat what's on the application here.
Our request is, with addition to what we sell today, we want to be able to sell single bottles or cans. But I believe they're different sizes, right? They're not the same size. So I'm not sure what the right language for that is, but you have 6-packs, and then if you go to sites, they have spots to sell single bottles and cans. So I don't know if that walking by, but there's no neighborhood behind us. They're building there was a hotel. They're turning that into apartment building. But there is, most of the traffic is that we have a lot of people traveling.
So you wouldn't describe it as a residential area?
Not at this time, right? When they turn the hotel into apartment, then there be a foot traffic, with having that complex. But right now, we don't have foot traffic, not much, a few people, 5-10 people a day.
Mm-hmm. You think selling singles will change your the type of customers that come to your store, change the demographic of the customers, or do you think that'll cause a change?
I think it'll definitely help us grow more. We have customers asking us daily if we sell single bottles, and then we are not allowed to, and then they walk right out to the next door. Most of these people are construction workers. They come in there, but we run to a few customers a day. But
okay, thank you.
Yep. So we have 2 alders in the queue. Do you guys have questions for the applicant, or are you waiting for a discussion to talk to Alder Field? Alder Knox or Alder Mazzei?
I was just going to ask the applicant. I think he owns a gas station, liquor store in my district, over here in District 18. At least I think your family does, which has been doing very well.
correct. My mom owns the gas station, and my sister owns the liquor store. Yes, that is correct.
Oh, okay. So your family's doing very well, and I appreciate you guys being in my district.
Thank you very much.
Okay, seeing no more questions for the applicant, I'll have you take a seat for a minute. Let's go into discussion. I think there's going to probably be some questions for Alder Field. Alder Field. I'll let you open
Thank you,
it up.
Chair. Yeah, I was wondering if first anybody was here from MPD who could speak to calls for service volume.
We do have someone.
Captain Marshall did not provide me with the calls for service, so I don't have that. What he did provide me was some commentary, which I can share or not.
If you don't mind, thank you.
Yes, so his concern is basically that this is right across from Rindell Park, where we have a lot of issues with unhoused populations, with some substance abuse issues, disturbances, and those kind of things, and that this would end up catering to that population, and it would cause some concern.
Okay, thank you. I guess for the committee, Chair, is it germane for me to make a comment now?
Yes.
Thank you. So I would just share that I did hear from the applicant probably back in late April. I received an email, and so did the neighborhood association contact, the same email. I responded with a couple of questions based on some of the concerns that we had shared in the January hearing on this same request from this applicant. We did not get a response to that email. And so I followed up with this applicant last week with the same questions when I found out that the item was going to be on tonight's ALRC agenda. We still didn't get a reply. As of now, I haven't gotten a reply. And as of Monday afternoon, the neighborhood association, Mayfair Park, which is just behind Hy-Vee and a little further south from this location, they didn't get a response as of Monday. So I want to be fair to this applicant, and perhaps I guess I would request of you all to refer this until we can discuss with the neighborhood and the applicant and I. We do have some concerns about disturbances in the area or other activity. This is a location that we've heard several times tonight on other items that this is a saturated area of East Washington Avenue with liquor licenses. And so we just want to be careful about the way that we're selling alcohol and in what form in this area, for the well-being of the folks who live nearby. And that's everyone who lives nearby. I'm happy to answer more specific questions if members of the ALRC have more questions for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Alder Miadzi.
I was just gonna elaborate on that, because one of the things that we usually do is, understand that the sticker was put on the window in order to have that community engagement. But at the same time, we usually have the alder meet with residents in order to, get feedback. So I'm in favor of referring it to the next meeting in order for this to get done. So I guess it's a motion to re-refer it to the next meeting.
Any discussion on the motion and the second to refer this to the next meeting of the ALRC so that the applicant and the alder can have a conversation along with the neighborhood association? I assume that's the point of the referral. Seeing no discussion, any objections to this referral? Seeing none, this item is re-referred to the next meeting of the ALRC.
And I'll just remind the applicant to please register for this item when you leave. Thank you.
Yep. Thank you.
Yeah, it'd be the next meeting of the ALRC. If you can meet with the alder and the police district captain before then, it would be July 17th.
I should try to reach out to the alder again.
Yes.
Yes.
Yep.
I would respond to Alder Field's email. Okay, so up next is item 71, the review of Alcohol License Review Committee rules and procedures. There are two of them. One is for online meetings and one is for regular meetings.
And this is on because there's an ordinance that says if a committee has special rules or procedure that they should review them every 2 years. So why are they on the agenda?
Would this be a place that we would maybe want to think about adding some standard questions that we always ask our applicants? Mr. Bruchak.
I don't think that, I wouldn't think so. This document looks like instructions for the applicants more so than procedural rules.
So I guess my question is, why do we have these?
Write their instructions. Oh, thank you, Chair. You're
Yes,
recognizing me formally.
Everyone's recognized.
As opposed to my sidebar with the Deputy City Clerk.
Yes, I'm going to recognize us because you know what? I don't recall seeing these before. I probably have, since there's an ordinance that we have to probably review these.
If you make them, yeah. And the committee made them.
So when were these made?
It was definitely reviewed, I can double check, I think it was reviewed last in 2021, maybe? Because it was after the pandemic started, because we did include one for online meetings, because we didn't have online meetings before the pandemic.
Mr. Donnelly, do you remember anything about these?
I don't, but if it would be in order, I have a motion I'd like to make.
Go ahead.
I would like to move to refer this to the ALRC Operating Practices Subcommittee.
So we have a motion on the floor. Do we have a second for that? Second for Mr. Bruchak.
Yeah, but I'd like to, I'll talk.
We'll second, and then we'll have a discussion.
I think we should just get through this. I think this is a requirement that we should just ensure that we finish. I don't think that, I don't want to refer this and then someone finds out that we didn't do it, and so we're still on the hook for it, so we can comply with the ordinance. So we can talk about rules of procedure and how to improve our procedures and so forth, but let's just get this item done, whatever that means, tonight.
I would be totally fine with doing that. Like, there's no reason, there's nothing to say that we can't do our stamp of approval on this, but also schedule a meeting of the ALRC Operating Practices Subcommittee to discuss this and the opportunity that it presents, and also the other things that you've been talking about.
Yep. So that makes sense.
So I think we can amend it to being a motion to ratify this, and also schedule a meeting of the Operating Practices Subcommittee for further discussion. That work for you? Awesome.
Okay, so we have that on the agenda, and we have a second. Any objections to that? Seeing none, we will.
President Figueroa Cole has her hand up.
Just a quick question or comment. I don't know if I'm going to be able to make your other meeting, but can we please make sure that these things are translated in multiple languages? Since I see that they are discussing things for the applicants.
That's a great idea.
That is a great
Thank
idea.
you.
Yep,
Thanks.
That's a really good idea.
thank you. So this item, we have ratified this, and this referred to, and Jim will work on eventually getting a subcommittee member to take up a couple different things for that. Next up is item 72, recent call for services.
In order to keep this short, because I've honestly been in this uniform since 7 a.m. this morning, I have nothing that is pressing right now on any types of repeat calls for services at any places that we have major concerns about. I did look through all of the calls for services that you all are provided, and looked through some of our OIC notes, and there really isn't anything. The one thing that I will mention is that losing my train of thought. Crystal Corner Bar, which was where the establishment where there was the individuals involved in some type of an altercation or disturbance inside that then resulted in the homicide on Willie Street, has been very receptive to meeting with us and our central CPT, and looking at ideas and being willing to look at things like cameras, which they don't have, wanding, some other types of security and safety measures and identification measures that we are going to heavily suggest that they have. And they've been very receptive to that. We've been meeting with them a couple of different times. So hopefully that path of positivity, positive change will continue for there. And I think our CPT is also going to have just a general neighborhood meeting with the different establishment owners kind of in that entire corridor as well. So that is all I have, unless anybody has any questions.
Do we have any questions for the captain? Seeing none, thank you. Thank you. And item 73, I would believe, is Jim's time.
It is. I don't have anything to highlight. I realize now that I forgot to send you all the list of folks, of establishments that either have not paid up or have holds on the licenses or both. I have two different reports that are similar. One says there's 76 licenses, the other one says there's 82. So I'm not quite sure which one is accurate, but it's about that range. I can send you a copy of this and then attach it in the legislative file for viewing.
And Jim, those would be the ones that we pass on at midnight, that gets passed on to the police department? Because none of those would be able to be renewed before the deadline, correct?
So there's some in here that have not been renewed and they aren't gonna, they didn't commit, they didn't submit renewal paperwork, so they cannot be saved. But the vast majority of these are either they have not paid the license fees yet, or they have a hold on it because they're delinquent to a alcohol license distributor, or they have personal property taxes that are unpaid on there, or some other reason, like maybe they're missing beverage server training certificate for a new agent or something like that. But that's listed on the report.
Okay, so those ones could come in at the last minute and get the hold pulled off if they've paid their bills, and they could come in and pay their fees and late fees and then still have a valid license.
Yep.
But the ones that did not renew are
Yeah.
will not be allowed to serve alcohol after midnight.
Yeah, I'll send this around. So anything that's either active or about to expire, as far as the status goes, is either they've paid, if it's active, they've paid, and they just have other things going on that they need to address. If they're about to expire, it's because they haven't paid a fee, and it will say the amount next to it. But if it's renewal paperwork sent, that means it was never returned. Or I think we have a couple instances where it says expired for like Growlers to Go and Pedro's, which
Okay.
they didn't submit renewal payments for
But we know
last
they're out of-
licensing year, so they're out of, there's no saving that one either.
Okay. And do we have any license counts issues?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
License count issues, like grandfather licenses, those fun,
I believe we'll get 12 back on July 1st.
okay.
And so we expect to have that. I will say for anyone viewing, the public or anyone listening, or to pass on, our office is thankfully moving back to our main office next week, after being there for well over a year and a half. We're super excited about it. We will have desk hours until 11 o'clock on Monday, but then we will not have desk hours until probably after the 4th of July. So that way we can move everything over. So we wanted to make sure that we were open for anyone coming in to get a new license, to claim one of those licenses on the first day that they can. After that, we'll still be answering the phones and can deal with any sort of issuance and sending invoices over the phone for whoever's covering phones. But our desk will be closed while we're moving across the street.
Okay.
And while I got my soapbox still, I'll say, please complete your doodle polls. There are 2 doodle polls I sent you if you have not already done so.
Any questions for the city clerk? Alder Revere.
Thank you, Chair. Jim, thanks in advance for sending us those lists of licenses that are in jeopardy at this moment. Two things related to that. One, could I respectfully request that you send us an updated list or lists, at least on Monday, July 1st? I realize you're moving, it sounds like starting that day, but
Yep.
it would be helpful to, and maybe even if you want to send us the current one Friday afternoon. That would be of interest perhaps to some as well, but it would be curious to see who is still hanging out there when the new licensing year rolls around. And then the second thing, and it's a question, specific question, is one of the establishments in my district that neglected to file a timely renewal application states that they've been somewhat frantically trying to get clarification from your office. How do they go about securing their provisional license to get them through the next ALRC meeting, which they've already applied for? Do you issue those provisional licenses electronically? Do they need to appear at the counter, I presume, for payment at the treasurer's office next door to you, and then submit their payment receipt and then appear in person, or do you actually email those provisional?
We can do either. So we can email an invoice, and they can pay over the phone with a card with the treasurer's office. And then they usually send an email of a receipt to the payee, and then they can forward that receipt to us, so we see they paid, and then we can issue the license to them. For any license that they're looking to get a provisional before going to LRC, I refer those to ACA Jennifer Zillaby to approve whether we can do that or not before I can issue those. So if it's after the LRC's considered it, we do the provisionals. But if it's before that, I usually seek guidance from Assistant City Attorney Jennifer Zillaby to make sure that the city's okay with doing that before the ALRC has considered it.
So is that, are you saying, is that what the holdup could be this week? Is that you can't respond until you get a green light from the city attorney's office?
Yeah, do you know which location that?
Yeah, Overture Center, catering al fresco.
I'll double check. I don't know if I've sent that one over.
And I can talk to you after we adjourn. I don't mean to hold everyone up here, but with only a couple of business days left, they're getting very nervous that they say that they've been reaching out to your office and haven't received a response about their provisional to keep them going. But we can, again, discuss offline upon adjournment here.
Okay.
And I don't know how many are similarly situated. Are there many that will be on the July ALRC agenda, Jim, that missed the renewal date, and so they have to go through the process again?
Yeah, the pick and saves will be on the July agenda.
So all roundies, corporations?
Yep. But I don't think it's a whole lot of other one. I think there's maybe a couple of them. I know I got one today that's going to go in the August meeting that they missed renewal. But when they're going in the August one, they're going to have some sort of gap, because if we issue provisional at the beginning of July, that'll expire at the very beginning of September. So there'll be a couple days in which the 60 days will run out before council considers it. So for those appearing in July, they should be able to be fine as long as they get the provisional before ALRC.
As long as they secure the provisional license from your office in the next couple days.
Yeah, let me see. So
Whether it be Pick and Save or the Overture Center, it's caterer.
yeah, so July, I think it's just I think it's just Fresco and the Roundies ones are the only ones that missed it. That will be on the July agenda.
Okay. Thanks very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions? Jim? Seeing none, I will be happy to entertain a motion.
Move for adjournment.
Second by Mr. Donnelly. Any objections? Seeing none, we are adjourned. Oh, I'm sorry, Alder, did you have something? Madsy, or were
No,
you
I was just wanted to tell everybody, great job tonight, staying up and long meeting. So I just want to congratulate everybody.
For being brain dead.
Thank you.
Good night, everybody.
We actually got done before I thought we would, so we are officially adjourned as of 11:20 p.m. Thank you.